We seem to be live.
Sorry, I'm meant to be speaking now. Okay. I don't have the stream up.
We seem to be live.
Anyway,
Sorry.
Welcome to my game. My game is called The Shadow Under Arkham. I am Morgan. I will be your games master today. With me, I have three fantastic players. If you'd like to introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Hux, and I'll be playing David Wilcox, or the Amazing Kragan.
I'm Greg. I shall be playing Maximilian Hurst, man of science and parapsychologist.
My name's Fleur. I'm going to be playing Christine Parker, geologist.
Fantastic. Now, without any further ado, let us begin. Our story begins in 1925 in Arkham, Massachusetts. Arkham is a dark, grimy town squatting over the Miskatonic River. The town is host to a number of unsavory rumors: witch covens hiding under cover of fog, unnameable shapes stalking through the woods, and of course, there's always something in the water. The inhabitants of Arkham are rarely more savory themselves, including three fine individuals drawn together today by the intricacies of fate, or perhaps some grand, unknowable scheme. These people have been introduced to you, and we will see them shortly. Now, the Miskatonic River is, of course, the namesake of Miskatonic University, a well-respected establishment and perhaps the highlight of the town. The university, much like the city itself, has a mystical, occult underbelly. Some students may practice black magic, take classes in medieval metaphysics, or pore over arcane tomes in the Orne Library. But today's tale begins in the ordinary, with a missing student and some concerned acquaintances. 4 days ago, Walter Resnick disappeared. Walter had a keen interest in stage magic, so when he didn't show up to David's Amateur Magician Society, David knew something must be wrong. Aware that Walter was a geology student, David made contact with Walter's geology professor, a certain Chris Parker. She hadn't seen David either, so the two of them alerted the police. Could I ask the two of you to make me a spot hidden roll, please?
That's a 30, so that's a simple success, regular success.
Failure.
Failure. Fantastic. So, you're both aware that Walter was a charming, kind-hearted, and relatively attractive young man. Good student, well-liked by everyone. But over the last few weeks, that's changed completely. He's become excessively giddy, confident, arrogant, and quickly became irritable and dismissive towards friends and family. He missed a few classes, became disheveled, and stopped even the most basic grooming tasks. He lost almost 20 pounds in just over 2 weeks, becoming sunken-eyed and ashen-skinned. Now, Hux, you succeeded the spot hidden, which means that the last time you saw Walter alive, you noticed that when he spoke, his tongue was completely black. This setup is how we come to find ourselves in a local boarding house off campus, with two officers of the law and two concerned acquaintances of Walter standing in front of the door to Walter's apartment, which is locked. There is a fifth individual in this hallway, a strange-looking chap holding an unusual device. What would you like to do?
Just to confirm, the doors locked shut still. The police haven't gotten into the room yet.
Yeah, the police have jiggled the handle, the door is locked in its socket, and They're muttering to each other about what to do next.
Well, I certainly haven't seen you before. You've got an interesting apparatus there. I'm not familiar with it. What brings you here?
Research. I'm in the middle of conducting an important experiment, so it seems that it's becoming rather more complicated than I had originally intended.
What kind of experiment would that be? I'm a woman of science myself, so if there's any way I can help.
Well, if you have some way to gain ingress, then that would be useful to me. Whatever is reading out here is stronger in there.
I may be able to assist with that. I'm quick with my fingers, you could say.
Well, frankly, short of knocking the door down, I don't think we've got many other options, so...
No, I thought if it would be okay with you gentlemen, speaking to the police, if I may have a small hairpin or other sharp metallic object to start fiddling around with, I may be able to see if I can pry this door open.
Oh, you're one of those tricky types, are you?
I'm a hobbyist in a lot of things, and locksmithing and lockpicking, more importantly, is a engaging puzzle for the mind and for the motor fingers, etc.
I suspect that the fact that the gentleman is needing to ask to borrow a lockpick indicates that he did not come here with ill intent. If his intention was to rob the place, presumably he would have brought his own.
This is a very good point.
Had we intended to rob the place, we certainly wouldn't have brought the police.
Indeed. The two police officers, one short, one tall, as is always the way. The tall one is a woman, Officer Jameson, who seems rather more interested in your ability to lockpick than the shorter officer. And she reaches up into her hair and pulls out a hairpin and hands it over to you.
Cool, I'd like to make a locksmith roll, please.
Absolutely. I'm very keen to see what you can do with just a simple with a simple hairpin.
That's a 62. I've got a 50. Failure.
Yeah. Now remember, you can spend luck points and push rolls in this system.
You know what? I'm gonna push it. Do I get to know what particular bad thing is gonna happen if I fail this one, or?
Yeah, if you start poking around in the lock and you're feeling a bit of resistance, and if you push your roll and succeed, door will open. If you push and fail, something is going to break, whether it's the lock or the hairpin.
Neither of those are any good because the pin might get stuck in it. But I think I'm going to take the risk. That is cocked. 16. That is a hard success.
Fantastic. Yeah, so the locks are just a bit old, it turns out. You overcome that little resistance, trip the tumbler, and the lock clicks open. Oh, nicely done there. Right, step aside, let us in.
Yeah, I do so. I hand the lockpick back with like a flourish.
The officer looks at this bent pin and starts trying to bend it back into a proper hairpin shape. Now, door is opened into Walter's apartment, where Walter is indeed found. He is in his chair, dead, head lolled back, and a black tongue lolling out of his mouth. Right, watch it, lads. This is an official crime scene now.
Ghastly.
Don't touch anything.
Do you have any objection if I take a photograph?
As long as you promise we won't see him in the paper tomorrow.
Oh no, strictly for research and for your record too. If you should turn out to need to consult what the scene looked like when you were
Yeah. That would be much appreciated. The officers step gingerly into the room and begin looking around. If you would like to investigate yourselves, please give me spot hidden rolls.
Sorry,
Whatever there is to spot, Maximilian doesn't spot it while taking a close-up photograph of the tongue.
Sorry, Flo, you cut out for a moment.
yeah, I'm having some weird glitches. I think I'm just going to shut down the stream on my other tab and hope that works.
Probably a good idea.
I'm
I asked for a spot hidden roll if you were interested.
98 on the spot hidden, so like
98?
I'm not getting anything good here.
98, I believe, is a fumble. Fantastic,
Oh, dear.
Flo. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Yes, I believe in this system, anything higher than a 95 is a fumble, akin to a natural 1 in D&D and similar systems.
I might have fumbled that first roll then, but I didn't know that happened. So.
That's quite alright. Fumbles don't have much in the way of mechanical impact, they're more for flavour. And in this case, I think David is perhaps too keen to impress with further skills, and picks up some rotten apples and starts to juggle them.
Also,
Boy, I said don't touch anything.
And like immediately just and they fall to the floor. There's a little splat. And he just kind of gingerly shuffles off into the corner, like, you know, I've clearly overstepped some horrible boundary here. I'm gonna leave this alone.
Fantastic.
Also, Morgan, would we have to roll? Would David and I have to roll sanity, seeing this person that we knew somewhat well?
If you think you were close with Walter, please do so.
I mean, he was a good student.
Yeah.
He was also a good student of mine.
Okay, that's good. I'm good. 35, so under.
Which is 155, so I failed.
Oh
You
shit!
fail. Cool. If you fail, you will please lose 3 sanity.
Cool.
Now, Fleur, with a successful spot hidden, you note scattered around the room are a few small glass bottles. Each of these bottles contains 1 or 2 drops of a black liquid. This which seems to be the residue from what would have been a fuller bottle. There's even one in Walter's hand.
I will pick one of the ones that isn't in his hand up just to get a closer look. Does this look like anything I've ever seen?
What kind of expertise does Chris have that might be useful?
I mean, anything under the earth, so things she's probably seen oils and cesspools and things that accumulate and rot beneath in caves and things, and where water stagnates in a manner of liquids. At least that's why it's.
Could you please give me a science chemistry roll? You'll need to make a hard success.
Okay. That's a failure. I'm going to open it, but not touch the liquid to just get a better look, and that's pushing the roll. If
Fantastic.
that's okay with you.
That is permissible.
And that's still a failure, so that's going to go badly.
Okay. You open the bottle to get a closer look at it, and you are assaulted by an overpowering alcoholic smell. As the fumes fill your mind, you also get flashes of hallucinations. There's an image of the lunch you had yesterday. A horrifying image of a crumpled body lying on the ground that you do not recognize. And a brief flash of a large, rusty meat hook Butcher would use.
Would I have to roll something to not drop the vial?
Give me a sanity roll.
Success.
6, so that's extreme success, probably.
No, success.
Success, I'm sorry.
Hard success.
Hard success. Yeah, fantastic. So these visions shake you slightly, but you're a world-traveled professor. You're not so easily startled. You maintain your grip on the vial, and these visions disappear as quickly as they appear. And you're left wondering what exactly that was.
I will put the stopper back on the vial and warn the rest of our little team to not open them or breathe them in.
What are they?
Something alcoholic, but not only. It seems.
Alcohol?
It's not. I wouldn't recommend drinking it. It gave me some sort of hallucination. Definitely keep these stoppered, and perhaps sending them off to the chemistry lab at the university would be a good idea.
We'll have to take those in as evidence to start with, but
Of course.
we will get one of them examined properly. This is, of course, during American Prohibition, and drinking alcohol strictly prohibited.
And I would have made it clear that this does not seem like drinking alcohol.
Yes.
This is more science alcohol.
The production of alcohol for use as solvents or inks is not prohibited, but there's it's a grey area.
I would very much like to get my hands on one of these before the police take them all away. But I'm not a sleight of hand magician like my friend here, so I'm going to go to the bathroom, because that's the thing that someone might do, and search it to see if there are vials in every room in this house or just in this room.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Yeah. Please make me another spot hidden roll, and do this with a bonus dice. So roll the 10s twice, because you know what you're looking for and you know where it might be hidden.
So I have a 54 or a 04, so the 04 is a 5th degree of success.
Fantastic. Yeah. You find in the bathroom there are a few cabinets which all appear to be rather disarrayed. And hiding in the back of one of these cabinets is another vial of this liquid. Again, only a few drops remaining in it.
I will carefully put it in with my kit.
You have absolutely not been spotted doing this.
While I'm in the bathroom with whatever supplies they had, was he taking any psychoactive substances?
That is a great question, and not one I feel qualified to answer. We will say that there are no psychoactive substances that you would recognize.
Okay.
Question: would I be right to assume that the way that his life collapsed recently, or the changes that I saw to him recently, would be beyond the normal signs of addiction to something?
Ooh. Could you give me a medicine check?
Cool.
I realise I'm asking for quite a few checks at the moment, but this is a dice rolling game.
If you do things that might not work, that's sort of our fault. We should only do plans that are certain to work.
I put one foot in front of the other.
I'm dumb. There's nothing in the boxes there, so that's just a 0.1%, right? Because
yeah, whatever is next to it in medicine.
So
Very,
1%.
very low.
Yes.
Good luck.
That was a 0-2.
Oh,
Shit.
may I recommend you? Yeah, absolutely. Spend a luck point to
Fuck yeah.
succeed on that. Fantastic. You didn't notice at the time, but looking back, absolutely signs of addiction. Nothing necessarily more than that. You're not intimately familiar with either David or signs of addiction, but the change of personality, the withdrawing from previous interested hobbies, very much seems like the behaviour of someone who is addicted. At this point, the police will say, "Right, we need to lock this down and get a proper investigative team in here. Could you all please report to the station tomorrow for questioning? You are not under suspicion for involvement, but you clearly know some things about this individual, and we would like to know more."
Of course.
Cool. Sorry about the apples. It's just when I get nervous, I just, I like to do something with my hands to just take my mind off the thing. Sorry, I apologize for any tempering. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
I understand, sir. We'll get it cleaned up. And they usher you out of the room.
Cool.
Is there anything anyone would like to do before tomorrow at questioning?
I would like to have a talk with Maximilian, please.
Go right ahead.
Can I check which? Can I wait a second to see if the other two are going in different directions, and if so, follow Maximilian? Because I'd like to find somewhere at least slightly private.
Yeah, I mean, this is very much a question for Fleur and Greg.
I mean,
we don't live in the same house, so if you follow us long enough, sooner or later we will go our separate ways.
and I mean, unless you're making this a conversation that I'm involved in, then no, you're talking just to Maximilian.
Excuse me, Maximilian.
Yes.
I hear you're a parapsychologist.
Who told you that? I mean, they're correct. I am, yes.
I'm subscribed to certain magazines and journals, and I've seen some of your articles.
Yes, it's important for our work to be rigorous and reported. Tonight is going to be... Well, it's confusing. The electromagnetic readings in the house seemed high when we entered the room, but diminished thereafter.
Interesting. Perhaps there was some effect our presence had.
Or opening the door permitted a spirit to leave.
Perhaps. I'm interested in the para, etc. And I thought, would at some point, perhaps in the next few days, would it be possible for us to, discuss this sort of thing as, teacher and student, perhaps?
Absolutely, I'm happy to discuss this case as it is ongoing. Do you have access to the university's chemistry lab?
Not myself, no. I'm an alumnus rather than a student myself.
Do you know anything about ectoplasm?
Nothing of practical experience. I've read a few books, but the tomes I can get my hands on tend to be sparse on that sort of subject. It's rather frustrating.
Yes, there have been a number of lesser minds who have studied it over the years and failed to properly note their findings. So it can be difficult to tell, but we have a strange unidentified substance in a place that we have had spirits. It seems to me that the two are likely to be related in some fashion. Still, I shall, if you give me your address, I shall pay you a visit in the next 2 or 3 days. Although I'm sure I shall see you at the police station tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, and I hand over a little bit of paper with my address.
It was good to meet you.
Wonderful to meet you too.
And before the next day, I'm going to be heading to the university libraries, the chemistry section, finding things about alcohol, about powerful distillants, anything that could potentially be used as a drug that isn't just drinking alcohol, and anything that could turn it black, like what we saw.
Okay. Now this seems to me to be a perfect opportunity for a library use role.
Absolutely. Almost as if it's what I was asking for.
Almost.
Well, that is a failure.
It's unfortunate.
What? I mean, I don't know if you'd even allow me to push a library use role.
I don't think you could push a library use role without spending an extended period of time here.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's all good then. I find nothing.
So,
I'm the wrong type of professor.
Yes, you do not find anything on an initial peruse. You have a reasonable knowledge of chemistry, but the chemistry section library is advanced. It would perhaps be worth getting in touch with some of your chemistry professor colleagues to explain some material to you, but it's after hours now. You'd have to go back tomorrow.
Before I go to the police station tomorrow, I'll develop the photographs overnight from crime scenes, and I can bring those with me.
Yeah, absolutely. At the station the next day, you are ushered into a questioning room by the taller officer, who invites you to sit and says, "So, what do you know about the deceased?"
Well, he was one of my students on my course. He seemed to be doing quite well in his studies, and well, excellent grades and good attendance. And then he was quite sociable, but not brash in any way. And there came a point where he started to become more brash, more arrogant. And then he lost quite a lot of weight, and I didn't see him as often in my halls. And then upon his disappearance, I was quite worried. And that's when David came to find me.
Yes. A similar story as before. I run a amateur magician society at the university, and he was a star pupil of mine. But suddenly, there was a sudden change in him. Something off-putting. It was unpleasant to see the man like that.
Interesting. And you, pointing to Maximilian, what exactly is your relationship with the deceased? What do you know?
About the deceased as a person, I'm afraid no more than you. I had not met the gentleman. I was in the process of identifying the actions of spirits and their impacts on the mortal world by measuring the disturbance of electromagnetic fields, and noticed a spike in the household and came to investigate the cause of that reading. I was not investigating specifically because I knew Walter, or that I was expecting he would lie within. Although, given what we found, it's not that surprising. It was an area of interest to spirits and ghosts.
She seems satisfied by the stories you've all given.
Would I
Yes,
know what other classes Walter was taking?
You might do. For what purpose?
Well, basically looking for, was he taking like chemistry classes or anything occult?
Okay. That is an excellent question. Do you think there are any relevant skills?
I don't think so. It's more of like, is
It's
that the
just
sort of thing
knowing
that
something.
another professor would know?
I think probably not. I
Yeah.
think there are a fair few students. You're aware of the ones under your purview, but not very much beyond that. The officer says, "Well, thank you. That does all line up with what we've managed to uncover. We have a little more information. We took the body for a post-mortem examination last night, and coroner's report is rather interesting. You see, Mr. Resnick appears to have been dead for 2 days prior to his discovery. His tongue, as I'm sure you know, was stained black in a manner we cannot determine. He appears to have been suffering from malnutrition and dehydration, but his exact cause of death is unknown." She leans in somewhat conspiratorially, says, "Look, they've put it down as natural causes, but I don't think there's anything natural about this. It all seems rather weird. Don't you think it seems odd? It doesn't add up."
No, it's clearly unnatural.
And there were some other students recently. The same black tongue, still dead.
How many?
2 others, I believe. You'd have to look into the records.
Sure.
Perhaps if
Look,
they had a close connection with Walter, this could be a new epidemic of some kind.
Quite possibly.
Well,
Look, the station, they're not willing to investigate this. This is a closed case. But I've got in touch with Mr. Resnick's parents and explained to them my concerns, and they are quite willing to pay for an investigation into this. Now, we don't have the staff to spare for this, and, well, frankly, I figured the 3 of you might have some unique perspectives.
I'd be happy to take on this case. I
Attacking
think it's and I'd like to make sure that he and his parents find some closure.
Yes, they deserve that.
Excellent. I'm glad we agree.
Did during the coronary report, was any analysis of his blood done to test for any substances that could have been ingested?
We've sent some samples of his blood and the black liquid. We've sent them to the chemistry department. I would suggest part of your investigation goes there and finds out what they've uncovered.
Of course, I will contact my colleagues.
Fantastic. Now, aside from that, you mentioned the deceased had altered behaviour recently.
Yes.
It would be worth, I suspect, trying to make contact with some of his friends or fellow students, see if they know anything more.
Maybe some of the other students at your magician's club.
Yeah. I can get in contact with them. He seemed to be close friends with a good few of them.
I think it would be worth identifying these other 2 students who have died and speaking to their friends too. I think
Yes,
if everyone's had this same change in behaviour or not.
Absolutely, you should find records. I'm sure the library has records of the newspapers.
As we are now formally investigating this, are we able to obtain a copy of the coroner's report?
formally investigating it is putting it a bit strong, perhaps.
We have the permission of the department.
Yes. I will write down what I have told you. I cannot, of course, give you the exact report. That is to be filed away, but the salient points certainly. I'll get those written down.
And then I'll be able to pull a few favors and get the details of the blood tests.
Fantastic. Well, do come back if you find anything. If you have any information would be useful. Otherwise, good luck, and I hope we can find a resolution to this.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much for your assistance.
She leaves the room and comes back a few minutes later with a typewritten copy of the coroner's details that I gave to you. There is very little more detail, but there is everything. The key points I mentioned are explained in further detail. There is little exciting that is new.
Yes, but presumably the coroner specifically ruled out the malnutrition or the dehydration as a cause of death, and they've just put it down as other.
It has been specifically classed as natural causes, with no speculation as to what those causes might be.
So from the coroner's report, it very well could have been this malnutrition or dehydration.
It could have been, but that wouldn't explain the black tongue. So, where would you like to begin your investigation?
So I'm gonna, next session of the Magician Society, I'm gonna maybe afterwards or before, I'm gonna have a chat to some of the people I saw that Walter was hanging out with, and
Fantastic.
also part of that, I'm gonna see if I can find out more information about those other two students. I might not be able to get such official stuff, but rumors are always somewhat helpful.
Yeah.
And
So
sorry, I'll let you deal with that first.
Sorry, I was about to say, I think we have 3 avenues of inquiry here, and 3 investigators. So
It's time to split the party.
time to split the party. I'm sure that won't go wrong at all.
Yeah,
I'll come to each of you in turn. My camera's gone a bit blurry, so I'll turn it off and back on. And we're sharp and crisp again. All right. Let's start with you, Hux, since you've got a plan already. So the next Magicians Society. What is this society called?
It's probably something like it's probably going to be something like the Society for Amateur Magicians and Sleight of Hand, but everyone calls it Mage Sock, and they say I'm a wizard from Mage Sock, and everyone's like, haha, funny. Thinks they're really cringe.
Absolutely makes sense.
It's like the people who come here are like somewhat like bottom of the barrel nerds, that like people who will get into close-up magic. It's always like a euphemism for something, I don't know. But which means that Walter would be slightly an outlier for being a more popular-ish student. But that's fine. And despite the it's not a particularly flashy funded society. Everyone's having a good time. They're interested in the subject, and a surprising amount of it is not super practical, and there's a lot of just talking and thinking about like the theory of magic and what makes illusion work and what that means, rather than just like, okay, and then here's the maths behind this cool card trick, which there is a good chunk of. And I'm like,
It is a nerd school for nerds, after all.
yeah, let's, and pretty much every session there will be like a bit where everyone splits off to just get practicing and trying to get the tricks to work on each other. And so as after I've shown something where I make a coin totally teleport across half my body or whatever,
Scatterings of mild applause.
And and then I will, in great, almost obsessive detail, go through and explain exactly how it works. I'll say, all right, and then we'll split off, and as usual, I'll come around, check, see how everyone's getting on, and then as the room dissolves into like talking and everyone in little groups fiddling around, I'm gonna sort of start going around the room and cordially dropping into the little bubbles, and just generally being social with the students. But when it comes to the group that is noticeably missing Walter, the sort of people he usually hangs out with, I will say, I'm so sorry to hear that Walter's gone missing.
Oh, has it? Officially missing?
I believe so, yes. I got a...
That's terrible.
I got a brief note from the police saying that we were asking for any information I had, because they'd heard that I knew him. I was wondering, you checked in on him when he started to lose himself a little bit, when the change came about him. Did you... What did you think?
I mean, yeah, he did. He did change a bit recently. He started hanging around with a bad crowd. We didn't think much of it. He was always a bit cooler than we were, and it wasn't a surprise that he'd move on. But I wish we'd paid more attention.
It always is like that. You never know you're losing someone until it's just a little bit too late. Well, I'm really sorry that I had to break this little bit of nasty news to you. And
thank you for letting us know.
No, if you need someone to confide in, I'm available.
I appreciate that, Kragan. I assume you make them refer to you by your stage name.
I think it's something that, like, in the first sessions I'm like, you could do this if you want to, but like, it was kind of clear in my intonation, even if I didn't intend it, that I really want them to. Yeah,
absolutely. And the ones who are trying to impress you and gain your favor absolutely do refer to you as the amazing Kragan.
I will sometimes have like a fancy top hat and like the full magician's outfit.
The full attire.
But not today. Cool.
Is there anything else you would like to?
Not right now. If I think of something when you get past the others, I'll bring it up. But
fantastic. Let's go to Chris and the chemistry first. So, Chris, I imagine you know the chemistry professors fairly well. You have an interest in chemistry. It's a fairly related topic to geology. You share stories, share equipment. So it's no trouble at all for you to enter the chemistry lab and find the chemistry, find Professor Emily Johnson working feverishly at a desk with all manner of equipment around her. She does not hear you come in. Sorry, Fleur, what would you do? Fleur, are you there?
Oh, sorry. I thought this was Greg. I'm
Oh,
so sorry.
I thought that you were going to the chemistry lab because you're the chemist.
I'm so sorry.
That's quite all right.
I had the idea that we've both been standing silently behind this phone for 10 minutes, looked at each other, had a little nod, and I went about my business.
Absolutely. Sorry, could you repeat her name? I zoned out when you said Greg. So, sorry.
Yeah. So Emily is the chemistry professor. She's working feverishly at a desk, all manner of equipment, and she does not hear you enter.
Emily, excuse me, dear.
Oh, Chris, good to see you.
Yeah, it's lovely to see you too. I don't know whether you're the one who's been working on those samples the police sent.
I gestures to her desk.
Okay. What have you
Got
got?
them here.
What have you found?
Well, I'm just about to begin analysing this strange black substance. I don't suppose you'd like to give me a hand?
Well, of course. Unfortunately, I opened a vial when we found them. I was with the police at the time. It seems to be alcoholic in some way. I don't know if that can help you narrow things down. Not
Excellent.
drinking, I can assure you that. Be very careful because the fumes seem to be hallucinogenic in some way.
Okay, excellent. We'll make sure to do it by a window.
Good idea.
Goes over to a desk by a window, flings the window open, and a cool breeze rushes into the room.
You're right, they didn't have fuselets back then, right?
I don't think so.
I have no clue. I'm not
Don't
going to
know.
go Google this right now.
Yes. Could you please, Fleur, make me a chemistry roll with a bonus dice because you are being helped by a chemistry professor?
Chemistry. That is a hard success.
Hard success. Excellent. Okay. So, a hard success. One moment. You and Emily investigate this liquid for a few hours, putting it through all manner of tests, checking flammability, chemical composition. I'm not a chemist. I don't know these things.
Spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy, absolutely.
I don't know if they had spectroscopy back then, but they would have put it in like a Bunsen burner to check the color to test for like ions. They probably would have put like some
dissolving a bit, doing chromatography,
Usual stuff.
whatever.
some
Yes.
pH indicator on it.
The results of your experiments reveal that this black substance is, as you suspect, mostly alcohol. And the other component is some kind of biological matter. It's probably dried skin or blood. It's not really like anything you've ever seen, but it is definitely contains some dead cells. Now, there's a moment when Emily walks away to grab some equipment, and it's just you and the sample. But you could swear it moves. Just once.
Emily,
Yes?
tell me I'm not going insane, and just keep an eye on the sample, okay? Keep a good look at it, and I walk out the room. I wait a couple minutes and I walk back. Did it move?
Dear, I think the fumes might be getting to you.
Possibly, yes. Apologies.
I think
I
you should probably get some fresh air. I think we've learned all we can from this.
Did you get anything from the blood sample at all, or are you yet to analyze that one?
Blood sample. I've done a preliminary analysis, and it appears to contain some of the same substance as in this vial.
Well, it might. Maybe we should send both of those to microbiology. See if perhaps the blood matches up. I realize it's probably difficult to tell with dead cells, but might be worth a try.
Yes. Good idea. I'll take it over to them later.
Thank you. I'll get some fresh air. Sorry about that.
Yes, you do that. Anyway, lovely to see you.
You too. Take care.
Is there anything else you would like to do at the moment?
Nope.
Fantastic. Then we come to Maximilian.
Certainly. Well, Maximilian is going to be looking through the newspaper archives, trying to identify these other two victims.
Excellent. That sounds like a library use role to me.
Library sounds like the sort of thing I could use. Not on a 94, it isn't.
That is unfortunate.
I think I know how this goes for failing.
Okay.
Maximilian is very interested in the supernatural and has reached the conclusion that this black liquid might have ectoplasm in it. So he puts a cursory effort into looking through newspaper archives. When that doesn't work and is boring and doesn't play into his understanding of the supernatural, he decides that instead what is a really good idea is to go to his home, set up a camera pointing at himself, turn on his electromagnetic reader, and get all of his other ghost detection equipment out, turn it on, and drop a drip of it onto his tongue.
Okay.
A proper scientist should be empirical and understand how it works and what's going on. Not this sort of lab, replicable, double-blind nonsense.
I will turn to the section of my notes that starts with investigators should be smart enough not to do this.
Curse you, Greg!
Could you please?
I, our character had no notion that this could go wrong.
Could you please give me a Constitution roll?
Oh, that's not a skill, it's a stat. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
An 11, which my constitution is 75, so that is a pass under 5th.
Excellent, an extreme success. Good. You are not addicted to this substance.
Maximilian is used to inhaling strange substances.
Yes. I will also need you to make a sanity roll. As the visions that Fleur experienced earlier from inhaling a small quantity of this are magnified 1,000-fold for you.
So I've rolled an 84, which is above my sanity.
Okay, so you will lose 3 sanity.
So lost.
Okay. These visions are some are your memories, some are just random events. There's one in particular that stands out to you as a vision of someone stumbling through a jungle. And you also get a brief impression of something large and leathery and animalistic. That is all you can determine in the brief flash of these visions.
I mean, immediately when it's done, Maximilian reaches to the notepad and writes down, while saying out loud for the dictaphone, all of the content that he can remember. Particularly if he can identify anything that he can verify. Like if any of the visions have a landmark or a symbol, something that he can look up and go, that's real, and I didn't know about it before I took the drug. Like he's very keen on being able to prove that the supernatural is supernatural.
Okay. Yeah. Is this something that you would investigate now?
I mean, this seems relevant to what we're doing, so... And he was meant to be investigating in the library, so if he's got a symbol or something to look up, then he can go full circle to when he started out failing.
And he ends up back in the library. So... Can I have another library use roll, please?
Go better than last time.
Hopefully.
I hope by better you mean
I suspect 67 is not good enough as my library use. And my library use is only 40. So what are the options with luck points and pushing it?
So luck points, you can spend luck points 1-for-1 to reduce your luck score to reduce whatever you rolled. So in this case, you would lose 27 luck points to succeed on the roll. Pushing the roll, you explain to me how you push it and get to re-roll. And if you fail, there are some more severe consequences.
Okay, do luck points come back at all, or are these luck points what I have for the evening?
These are what you have for the evening.
Spending more than half my luck points a quarter of the way in feels like a mistake. So I'll do something that doesn't feel like a mistake and call round all of my parapsychologist buddies and look for like weirder and rarer books to read, because that's probably a safe and sensible way to investigate this more thoroughly.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Give me another library use roll.
50, which is still a fail.
Still a failure. Okay. So, the consequence for this failure is that you spend such a long time in the library calling up other parapsychologists, getting them to review their records, going off on insane tangents, that it becomes midnight before you know it. Now, you'd agreed to reconvene and discuss your findings at maybe 6 in the evening, and you are incredibly late for this.
Then I suppose the other two have been reconvened for some time when Maximilian sort of runs in with a book full of tabs and notes and certainty that he has in fact solved it. So I'll give the other two a shout. I'm not sure what you talk about before he gets there. But...
Yeah. Now, on your way over, you think you catch a glimpse of something large and fluttering fly overhead, briefly outlined by the moon. But no, surely you're just hallucinating after spending 12 hours straight in the library. That must be it.
I mean, I'll take some electromagnetic field readings to be sure, but if that's showing up nothing, then probably.
Hang on, let me roll a d100.
Is that the percent on the graph, or?
I mean, like,
I don't know. It's a vibe check.
The reason these are popular at ghost hunting is that the output of them is so random that people claim to find ghosts for all sorts of things.
I'm a big proponent of rolling for vibes.
Yeah, the readings are no higher than like the cosmic microwave background weird.
It's probably just a plane or a strange bird or something then.
Must have been. So Chris and David, you have met up in Chris's office 6 hours ago to discuss your findings. What information have you shared?
I have very little information to share. David,
I think so. Just to interrupt, just because we are under time constraints, I will give you a little more information that David would have picked up, asking further. So, hearing these students mention hanging around with a bad group, you dig a little deeper and find that this bad group is somewhat infamous among the students for their illegal drinking, and they've recently been suspected of moving on to harder stuff. There's one name that appears to be maybe a leader of this group, and that name is Paul Rogers. Right.
So
Back to you.
do you share all the information that we
don't have any.
I also share everything, including that the goop seems to have maybe moved.
Mhm.
Although maybe I'm going insane.
Now,
Well, maybe if Maximilian were here, he could tell us if Paul Rogers is still alive.
Yes.
now, Chris, you've heard of Paul Rogers. Sorry, you froze for a minute. You back?
Yep.
Excellent. You've heard of Paul Rogers. What you know offhand is that he was kicked out of the university about a year ago for cheating in an exam. But he still comes back to campus to hang around with his old friends from time to time.
Yes, he is a bad apple, but much more about him than that. The fact that he's involved does not spell good things, that's for sure.
Something's spoiling the whole barrel.
I think either he's introduced other students to something dangerous, or
It's just a bit of a shock that my Walt would end up with someone like him.
maybe we need to find some other students in this group.
Yes. I must confess.
What did you say, Hux?
I must confess, I overestimated the level to which my finger was on the pulse of the student body. But I'll do my best.
We can only try our hardest, and should we fail, we fail.
Fantastic. Now, do you think you stick around for 6 hours to wait for Maximilian?
Absolutely not.
Fantastic.
Absolutely not.
But I'd end up, like, I wouldn't just sit in Chris's office without Chris there for 6 hours.
Yes.
So I'd be somewhere like in the geology department, one of the corridors, leaning against the wall, just kind of fiddling with probably like a deck of cards, shuffling them and reshuffling them and shuffling them and reshuffling them, and just practicing little things, just to pass the time. And I'm kind of running through different possibilities of what happened, or what could have happened in my head, but nothing seeming quite convincing. Maybe something terrible happened, we turned to drugs or something. Just running through ideas.
Fantastic. Chris, what are you doing in this time?
I think Chris probably waits for about 2.5 hours, and then is like, cool, he's not coming, and gently ushers David out of her office, and then I think she might find a payphone of some kind and phone a police station, ask for the officer we spoke to before, and ask if they have any recent records of Paul Rogers being arrested or getting in trouble legally in any way, apart from things that have happened recently enough to be potentially linked to this case.
Yeah, you're absolutely put through to the officer in question, and she's very willing to go look in the records, but asks if you managed to find any records of the other students, because if you didn't, then she might as well look for them while she's there.
Well, that's a good idea. Maximilian didn't come to our meeting, so hopefully he's all right. No information on that front right now. So yes, if you could look at that, that'd be excellent.
Fantastic. A few 10, 15 minutes later, the phone rings again, and Officer Jameson has some information for you. Now, Paul Rogers. No, we have no criminal record for him. He hasn't been called in for any crimes. Hasn't. Only thing I was able to dig up was that he was kicked out of the university, which I'm sure you already knew.
Yes.
And doesn't seem to have been doing anything since then.
Mm-hmm.
What do you reckon he's involved in this?
Well, he's a bit of a bad apple. He's involved in I think some sort of dealing, not sure exactly what of. Well, probably, given the nature of things, drugs and alcohol. I heard something about, David. It's stuck in my hair. Don't do it. Sorry.
It's quite alright.
What? David managed to get back that him and his group of cronies seem to have moved on to something harder than alcohol, which, given the nature of our investigation, is worrying.
That is worrying.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't go battering down his door quite yet.
Yes, well, I mean, of course, we can't act on simply a civilian's hunch, unfortunately. Exactly. If you can come back to us with anything more concrete, then we'll dive into it. As for the other records, the other students, I was right. I dug up the reports, and they were also classed as natural causes, but the coroner noted they had black tongues. So these must be connected.
I'll try and see if these two students and Walter were connected outside of Paul Rogers, or if that's the common link. If so, then we have another point of call. Thank you very much.
She gives you the names as Mary Clawson and Franklin Stewart. Now, back in the geology department, close to midnight, Maximilian rushes into the corridor where David is spraying cards with greater
Finally.
plum.
Do you know how excruciating this has been for me?
No, I'm terribly sorry.
I'm a particularly patient person, and you are so lucky that I had my faith in you.
I appreciate that tremendously. I did not mean to get caught up in research for so long.
No, I hold nothing. Not right. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
I would say that I would buy you a drink, but I suspect everywhere is closed. I'm not going to be able to get a coffee at this hour. We're close to something very big here, though.
Listen.
This substance, whatever it is supernatural in origin. We've not yet had a chance to speak to our colleague, but I'm convinced the chemistry lab is not going to turn up the answer. Whether it's ectoplasm or something else, there is something in this. It connects you to the astral plane and shows you truths of the world beyond that you can immediately access.
As a reminder, Daniel, the chemistry lab has provided answers, and we know exactly what it is.
As I in real life, David is frantically scribbling down on a smaller notebook.
Astral plane?
Given the chance to go off, given that Maximilian spent an evening researching this, you'll get the equivalent of a conspiracy theorist web of these are 18 visions I had in contact with the thing. These visions don't mean anything individually, but this one had a hammer, which is half of the symbol for the uprising in Russia, and then a whole connection of a dense web of facts that essentially leads to the visions I had from the drug are meaningful and showing me truths that I could not personally possibly have known. I only found this connection out when I looked it up in the library afterwards. I did not know it in advance, so I could not have generated the vision from my own self. Therefore, something is going on. And if you tell him the chemistry came back, there are dead cells, you will convince him more deeply that it's probably ectoplasm, and they've made it out of ghost stuff and alcohol. And the reason the chemistry lab hasn't been able to nail down exactly what it is something not yet known to modern science. But we're on the cusp of discovering it. We must find how this is manufactured and where it came from. Tell me you have something on where it's coming from.
It's coming from criminals, basically. It's being manufactured by most likely some underground bootlegging group. They are and it's been being distributed among the student population. It's rather concerning. Walter here he started ending up running with the wrong people, and a man named Paul Rogers kicked from the uni for exam fraud, cheating. I wouldn't have done such a thing. There's a bad crowd, you could say, and they've been drinking other things, and it looks like they've been distributing this stuff amongst each other. It's like the gangs have ghosts.
Well, we do not know exactly what they're doing or where it's coming from, but they're getting something from somewhere, whether they are making it themselves or getting it from a practitioner of the dark arts elsewhere. We could not say until we track it down, but we must find this Paul. We must find out where supply comes from. We have to get to the bottom of this. It's tremendously dangerous for them to be distributing it among students. It would be reckless to take it without taking appropriate precautions as a trained professional.
And now I am going to go to bed. I am very tired. Good night. And would it be possible if I could borrow your notes from this for a few evenings to pour over myself?
I have not yet made copies, but I shall make you a copy for the next time that we meet.
Fantastic. I will see you next time then.
Bright and early tomorrow to find this Paul. Never been this close.
I am the only sane person in this investigation.
Regrettably, it does seem that.
Listen, I'm very sane. I'm just trying not to be.
Mm-hmm. So, we will jump to the next morning. where you reconvene. Chris, wide awake, having had a full night's sleep. The other two of you, a little dishevelled. You meet up, you discuss the various things that you have learned, and all gain the entire picture that we have so far.
Yeah.
What do you think is your next port of call?
I'm certainly going to be going to the microbiology lab to see if they found anything, and then sending off probably to the occult department and seeing if there's anything that they can find supernaturally.
Or is that like sort of secret within the uni? I think.
Sorry, say again, please.
Is there an occult department, or is that like a unofficial or underground thing?
That is unofficial, and something that David has only heard rumours of.
Because you did mention top of session something about like studying occult, so I'm assuming that Chris would know that is a thing that happens at the university.
Yes, it is a thing. It is a thing that happens. You are not particularly involved in it.
I wonder why.
And it's much more of a pseudoscience in your eyes than, rocks that can be picked up and touched.
Rock's good.
Rock's good.
But yes, given that the divisions are not something you usually get from alcohol and skin, probably best to send off there just to be sure.
Yes, I think the answers you're going to find will be beyond standard chemistry.
But yeah, first is microbiology lab.
Yes.
And if anyone else has got port of call, go ahead.
In the microbiology lab, regrettably, does inform you that this appears to be beyond modern chemistry.
Yeah.
The cells are certainly animal cells, but cannot be identified as any particular animal. They are leaning more on the idea that it is blood than skin, but that's more of a professional hunch than based off any actual evidence.
Thank the team and send it on then.
Excellent. Other avenues of investigation.
I want to find this Paul Rogers.
I also want
to find this Paul.
Then let's work together to do that.
Okay. Chris, do you reckon you'd be joining them for this?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
At the very least, pointing them in the right direction. But yeah, if you allow me to join, I will.
Absolutely. So, the three of you wish to find this Paul Rogers. How would you do that?
Well, David can work through the students, try and pinpoint, get there, especially as an alumnus rather than a professor. You'd probably be able to actually fake a hookup for substances.
Sorry, I thought you meant like a hookup.
No.
Just because I have like charm 55 that's not what that skill's about.
But yeah, maybe you can go through the students.
Yeah. I'd have to do this in a way that like doesn't make it look like like a honeypot, if that's the word, like a trap by the police.
Yeah. Could you give me one of your choice of fast talk, charm, or persuade? Just to sway other people you talk to.
Would I be able to maybe give an advantage die to that by maybe kind of pointing towards some of the bad egg students that I know of, to kind of like that one will probably give you more information than that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll a bonus dice.
Cool. That's a 25, which is a hard success.
In charm.
In charm, yes.
Excellent. Yeah. So, talking to some of the other bad apples, as pointed out by Chris, you determine that there is a pretty regular hangout for this bad group around the back of the English department, and that if you go there at the right time, you will find the kids there, and potentially they can hook you up with some of the goods.
Assuming Maximilian is also with David on this.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Yep, I'm happy to join you for this. This seems important to do.
Cool. Yeah, I think that sounds like a plan then. Have we been told the right time, or is it something where we have to, like, make observations and sort of try and figure it out? Like, regularly have a look through one of the windows in the English department to not really, because they'll be hiding somewhere you can get.
Yeah, I think you're given the rough time.
Okay. So, yeah, I'd try and if Maximilian's coming with me, yeah, then we'd go to the back of the English department at about the time given, slightly later, just to be on the safe side by like 5, 10, 15 minutes max, and then see what happens.
Absolutely. So you head around the back of the English department at an appropriate time, as best you can determine it. And there are indeed a bunch of students, maybe 5 or 6, who are up against the wall in the shadow of the building. They're playing some sort of dice game, some form of gambling on a wooden crate. And they don't notice you until you get quite close. And then
before we get to the point of being right on top of them, I want to ask my friend the stage magician, do you do practical effects?
Depends on what you're looking for.
If our tongues were slightly blackened before we go into this conversation, so it looks like we're already taking it.
That sounds like something I can probably do, right? Like,
absolutely. I think you have some skill in disguise. I'd allow you to use your arts and crafts circus or whatever it is for this as well.
Arts and crafts magician.
That's the one.
I'll go for that. Probably I'd find something like the most obvious thing would be like ink, but that is not safe.
Charcoal, perhaps?
Yeah, charcoal or something. Maybe either that's something we could just find around, or we'd like specifically burn some old matches or whatever.
Probably have some in a magician's kit.
Yeah, to make like dust and stuff. Cool.
Yeah, give me a roll.
That's a 59, which is a regular success.
Regular success. Yeah, so you managed to make a pretty convincing blackish tongue. It's not going to stand up to close scrutiny, and you're going to swallow most of the charcoal within an hour or so. But for a short time, this will be quite convincing.
Would I be right to assume that, like, the more you do the stuff, the blacker your tongue gets? And so having a tongue that's kind of black would show that you're an inexperienced user, but a user?
That could be a reasonable assumption to make.
Thank you. Cool. I'm gonna head up and just watch the game curiously.
Yeah. As you approach, and one of them notices you, they all stop and turn and look at you.
Again, Just heard that there was some dice to play. I've come round. I like a little bit of a wager. Thought I'd join in. I'm not looking for anything special or whatever. I'm just here to have a little bit of fun. Life's a little tad dull sometimes, and it's always nice to lose a little bit. Just
You're not welcome here.
quite fair.
What's your business?
I think that we had some friends in common, although our mutual friend has been out of touch lately.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
You notice that all these students look a lot like Walter did before he died. Thin, jittery, bags under their eyes. And when the one who speaks, you see that his tongue is indeed black. Friend in common? No, we can't have. I've never seen you before.
Yes, the nature of a friend in common is that you've seen my friend, not me. That's how that works. But
Don't try to be clever with me.
very well, I shall cease trying. However, it is somewhat clear that we have been contacting at least the same suppliers.
Suppliers of what?
I sort of look at him, raise my eyebrow. Like, I've already been talking, so I have the chance to see that my tongue is a little bit black. I let my mouth loll open a little bit, and it sort of seems fairly obvious that we're...
Yeah. The demeanor of the whole group changes subtly. And the leader says, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know you took Eclipse as well. Please take a seat down here."
Thanks. Yes, it's been. I've not been feeling so good since we've lost touch with our friend who was bringing it to us.
Who's your friend?
Arthur.
Who?
I mean, he didn't tell me his surname.
Yeah.
But he didn't really want to tell me a lot about himself.
I don't know who you're
Short
talking
brown hair
about.
at the store.
Right, I can't hear you particularly well, Greg.
Oh, sorry, I said short brown hair about this. I've moved further away from my microphone as I've relaxed. Short brown hair about this. Essentially, Maximilian invents like generic. He's doing the equivalent of psychics doing a cold read, where he invents sort of generic.
Okay.
Could be someone in the crowd and waits for someone to spy. Oh, with glasses. Yeah, with glasses. That's right.
Okay, that's interesting. Now, I'd ask you to make a fast talk or something similar. Do you have any skill in cold reading?
I have fast talk and psychology at high levels.
Okay, but go with fast talk then. And that's probably appropriate.
Can I
Oh, nice.
roll as well or give some bonus?
So that is a 5th success.
Okay, so you don't need to, Arx.
Cool.
Yeah, so an extreme success. Yes.
Actually, I'm convinced people of pseudoscience all of the time. This isn't that different.
Yeah, one of the others pipes up and goes, "Oh, you mean Paul?"
Maybe you can tell me the right name, but like...
Pseudonyms.
And the leader like cuffs them around the head. He's like, "Shut up!" Right, yeah. So you know our friend Paul, huh?
Yeah.
Well, what exactly are you doing here? What can we help you with?
Well, as I say, I mean, I'm not sure that it was Paul. The guy who spoke to me said his name was Arthur, but we're trying to find someone else who supplies Eclipse because, like, I feel bad not being able to get hold of it anymore. I feel I miss the way it makes me feel. I miss being connected to everything and seeing all of
It's amazing, isn't it? You can. You see crazy things, like real things that happened long ago, or far away, or things that haven't happened yet. And sometimes it's scary, but it really does make you feel like a god, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the animals, the leathery things.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, maybe we don't all have the same visions. I saw a creature.
A big bat.
Interesting. No, I haven't seen that.
Maybe it's extinct. Maybe it was a vision from long ago.
One of them pipes up and says, "Oh, I've seen that." Yeah.
Essentially, I'd like spend a while talking to them about their visions because Maximilian wants to know all of this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
For a little while, they're willing to humour you. But after maybe 5 minutes, the leader says, "Look, we can't help you. We don't have any of this stuff at the moment. You need to wait for Paul to come back."
Do you know when or where he's going to show up?
He should be back on campus tomorrow.
Where's a good place to find him? Is he going to be here? Or?
Normally wandering around in the courtyard.
Oh, I guess I'll try and find him tomorrow then. Thank you for letting me know. It's good to meet someone else who's experienced this.
You'll need to bring more than usual. He's up the rates.
How much?
It'll be $10 for a bottle. I know it's steep, but it's worth it.
That it is.
Anyway, get lost.
Yeah, sorry. But I'm glad we met.
See you around, gang.
I'd love to say the same.
I depart.
Yeah, I'm getting the hell out of there. That was real awkward.
So,
They're clearly like way older.
yeah, clearly a lot older than these kids who are. I say kids. They're probably early 20s.
According to the teachers, Maximilian is 26. So.
Okay, so Maximilian blends in quite well as a recent graduate. Anyway, you reconvene with Chris, and I imagine inform Chris that Paul will be on campus tomorrow in the courtyard.
We could approach and try to get some more of that stuff. Or, I mean, I wouldn't be able to get anywhere near him without him bolting, essentially. But if you two were able to, be risky to try and grab him on campus.
I don't know how much extra information we can get from the stuff itself if the microbiologists and the chemists have turned up nothing.
Well, I've sent it off for some further testing, but I think we need to know where it's from. I think we need a lead here.
It sounds like I cannot imagine if he's making so much money out of it that the gentleman is going to be willing to tell us where the goods come from.
Exactly.
So that would cut him out of his supply loop. So it seems that it's going to be a case of finding a way to follow him.
Yes, indeed. Following him, or well, let's not cause a scene. Yes, let's maybe try and talk to him. Try and see what you can get out of him, and after that, we try and tail him to wherever he goes. Maybe if you buy a bottle, then he'll need to go resupply.
I could just like buy him out entirely. We stockpiling it.
True.
But I don't know if that's worth the.
Well, it is your money, but that could prove quite expensive.
We don't know how much he keeps in his supply. If the rates have gone up, do you think it's something up the supply chain? Like his orders have upped the rates because something's become more difficult to get their hands on?
Or because now there's been some disappearances, there's more attention.
I will point out that buying drugs is a crime.
Yes.
And if you intend to go to the police with any information, having your information be, I bought some drugs from this guy, and then I learned this, may not be the best approach. I don't want that to stop you. I just want it to be something you've considered fully before moving ahead.
Yeah, we'd have to come up with either a different method or a way to conceal the fact that we'd bought drugs from the police.
Easiest way to conceal the fact that we bought drugs from him is just not do that. So I think maybe we tell him to either wherever he lives and try and find something out there, or wherever he's getting his supplies.
Yeah, fantastic.
I'd like not to be fired for being the alumni who tails a student off campus.
That would be something of a problem for you, yes. Are any of us actually any good at... Frankly, I have no idea how to tail someone. I could just, walk behind him on the street, but sooner or later he might notice that.
Well, I'm decent at following trails, but got no training in staying hidden. That's probably more Magician's territory.
Yeah, often, being sneaky with the finer parts of your body, it requires being sneakier with the whole thing. Kind of thing where if you drop through a trapdoor, you don't want them to hear you walking around on the stage.
Right.
So if we're going to tell him, I'd probably be the best one for it.
If you lose sight of him, do you think you'll be able to find him again? Follow tracks?
People do not leave an awful lot of tracks in a city.
I know, but there are ways.
Might be a technological solution. I do not know if we could acquire some sort of tracker. Perhaps I've read too many of those dreadful novels.
Yes, not in science fiction here. Well, I could probably try to navigate my way through the streets and follow him if we lose sight, but maybe just keeping unseen is the best option.
I think for you, you've got more at risk.
Definitely.
It would be a tragedy for me to lose my group of students, but I've not got a career on that end here.
That's very kind. I think maybe if we keep within eye line of you and you keep within eye line of him, and maybe we kind of caterpillar our way through.
Probably makes more sense then not to try and approach him and buy drugs, partly because we don't want to buy drugs, and partly because he's more likely to recognize us trailing him if we've just had a conversation with him.
Now we know where he'll be at some point tomorrow, so we don't have to find him in the first place.
And I'm assuming I'd be able to find a room in the university that I could either book or that's just a lounge or something, or a storage room that's got a window that faces the courtyard, and it's just a good spot to kind of see the whole courtyard. So we could basically ping him from there and then follow him.
Absolutely. I reckon you've got enough institutional clout, as it were, to make that happen.
I might join you up there and try to get a photograph of it if he sells the drugs to any of the other students, because then if we lose him, we have evidence we can bring to the police and try to get them to bring him in instead.
Excellent idea.
I think that's a great idea.
God.
So, with David's noble sacrifice in mind,
Fine, I'll just not get caught.
yeah, just not get caught. We will jump to the next day. Now, do any of you actually know what Paul Rogers looks like?
Is it possible that he's got brown hair about up to here?
in the manner of Maximilian's.
Given that the name immediately given was Paul.
Yes.
It's
Actually, would I know what he looks like?
like it would have
I
to be
reckon you
someone
would.
sitting around on campus.
Student famously kicked out for cheating a test.
Yeah, Chris, I think you would know this. Just 1 second.
We've got a picture.
You know that the Paul is a fairly average guy, but he has a very distinct crescent-shaped red wine-stained birthmark next to his left eye.
Crescent.
Information shared?
Similar. Unlikely connection, but it's going on the conspiracy wall.
So, the stakeout. Tomorrow rolls around. Maximilian, you have slept very poorly. Your dreams are haunted by these hallucinations, these visions. They don't make any more sense. If anything, they make less sense. But you are more convinced than ever that there must be a meaning to them.
I mean, I continue to record extensive notes about them and the fact that they're ongoing, and then proceed not to mention that to either of my partners, because it would only worry them.
A good idea, I feel. You take your positions, Chris and Maximilian, in the Overlook room, and David, I believe, in the courtyard somewhere.
Probably.
I mean, we'd want him in the Overlook room to start with, so that we can say,
Okay.
there he is, and then
And then
have him go down.
I'd have
Excellent,
to
yeah.
jog down to the building and then nonchalantly walk out the front doors.
Yes.
Doors to-
I'd like to ask you for spot hidden rolls to find
All of
this. Yes, all of you.
cool.
And remember your numbers.
14, which is a hard success.
Same here.
Same here.
Damn.
Fantastic. 3 hard successes. So you pretty much spot Paul at exactly the same time. There is a figure in the courtyard who turns, and the sun illuminates clearly the birthmark on his face. And you immediately go, oh, there he is.
Let's go. Cool. And I'm gonna try and jog through the jog through the room like someone who's late to something, or just in a hurry to give some information to someone else.
Yeah.
And then switch to a pretty ordinary walk and kind of just start pacing the courtyard, waiting for him. Is it how big is the courtyard? I'm not sure how big this space is. Is it something that
It's fairly sizable.
Okay, because I don't want to just be around there and suspiciously leave just as he does.
Yeah.
But
You can keep sufficient distance.
And would I need to do any? Would I need to explicitly make sure I'm not being noticed? Just that I'm weirdly hanging around here for no reason. could I like pretend I'm waiting for someone?
Yeah, I think at the moment you're not going to need to try anything weird. Chris and Max, you continue your observation, Paul, and note that a few individuals will approach him casually. There is a furtive exchange of presumably drugs for money, and they disappear. Greg, could you give me a dexterity skill check, just to see if you can capture the moment of handover correctly with your camera?
Oh no.
That is a hard success. Yeah, I'm on push to talk. You didn't get loads of background. I just realised. I got a hard success under dexterity. That's also a hard success under my slightly lower photography skill.
Excellent. Yeah. With your camera anchored to the window ledge and your finger ready on the trigger, you are able to get some pretty decent pictures, you reckon, of suspicious behaviour. That'll be good in a police investigation.
You wouldn't know until you develop them.
Yep.
Sure.
You're not certain until you develop them, but you're pretty.
But I'm confident. I think I got the right moment.
Yeah. After maybe 15 minutes, Paul begins to leave the courtyard.
Cool. And slightly, not just as he goes, around a corner or something, but like a little bit before that, so I don't lose him in the turn. I'm gonna head off and start following him.
Fantastic.
And for our part, because I assumedly know the buildings quite well, I'm going to try and kind of guide us to another lounge or storage room that's looking over the outside of the university where they're leaving, and just kind of keeping them within eyeshot as they leave.
Yeah, good idea.
I'm not sure if I misinterpreted the plan earlier, but I thought the plan was that I was going to stay out of his line of sight while following David.
Yes, that is the plan.
Yeah, that absolutely can be. So you're going to need to hustle out of the building.
Yeah, I'll hustle out of the building following David.
That was was the first step of that same plan. So
yeah,
so essentially, yes, hustle out of the building.
Chris followed Max, and then we'll make a little chain.
We've got a daisy chain of investigators.
Well, it takes us one person missing the target.
And it gets more crucial the closer towards Paul you get. So
yeah. And this is probably a good time. So, David, you follow Paul off campus casually, and the number you stop passing through students, and it becomes much less densely populated. And this is probably a good point to ask you for a stealth check to try and disguise your pursuit.
I'm gonna have to push that one.
Okay, how do you push this?
Oh, give me a second. I think I'm gonna hang back further than I would like to.
Okay.
And be at more risk, I think, of if I mess up losing him worse, but
yeah,
a lower chance of being spotted.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. That seems like a valid reason. Go ahead and push that.
That is a 4.
A 4?
Which is a 5th success.
An extreme success. Okay, fantastic. Yeah.
Let's go.
You drop back a few tens of meters to what seems to be exactly the sweet spot. You manage to follow Paul so that you're catching sight of him going round every corner he makes, every turn, and whenever he turns around, you're always behind a tree, a convenient pedestrian. I don't know what the state of cars is, but there's probably some cars.
There are, yes.
We have a drive auto start.
Yeah. It is a you are performing the textbook trail.
Let's go.
Now, Max, you don't need to roll stealth because you're not trying to hide. I think there's a track.
Yeah, sure is.
Skill.
Oh boy.
Now, because obviously David is doing an excellent job at being hidden.
Okay, I will throw a track skill.
I think
if you wouldn't mind.
Very well.
I think Max and I, because David is the point of contact, it doesn't matter if I'm even further away. I think Max and I are probably together.
Yeah.
At the same point. So can I also roll?
So
I'm
I'll also roll.
one person.
Okay, well, I've missed the roll by 81, so I don't have enough luck to box that up. It's not a bot.
Okay.
It's that my skill is so low that.
Yeah.
Wow, lucky you. That's a hard success for me. If a extreme success is necessary, I can spend some luck on this if needed.
No, I think because David isn't trying to hide from you specifically, a hard success will be plenty sufficient.
Thank God.
So your investigated daisy chain is flawless. You track Paul through the streets of Arkham, where he ultimately arrives at a house, unlocks the front door, and enters. This is a little corner house about a mile away from the university. It's nothing impressive, but this appears to be where Paul Rogers lives. And I think that's probably a good place to take a quick break.
I'm going to definitely make a note of the address.
Yes, absolutely, you can make a note of the address.
Hell yeah.
Also, it's
Yeah,
break.
yeah.
You guys
We're going to
so
go for a quick break. I'll see you back here shortly. I'll let Alex take over with some information about scents. Thank you all for watching.
Hello, my name's Jenny and this is Libby, and I am Libby's intervener, and that means that I help with Libby's communication. Yes, Libby likes going to the shop, to the chemist, and buying bath creams and smellies and shampoo. So if you see Libby and I out shopping, don't be afraid to say hello to Libby, because she'd really like that.
For people she knows, she says hello by smiles and that whole body rocking music, getting quite excited. I know who that is. I know what to expect from that person. You know that Annie likes something by the way that she will look at it, she will move away, she will come back. Lots of this sideward head movement is often a sign that I'm actually quite happy, I'm quite relaxed, I do quite like it, but I will come back to it in my own time. If she really dislikes something, it's a definite throw it away, push it away, and she doesn't have that process of going backwards and forwards. If people were to see Annie out, the best way to say hello to her is to get down to her eye level and to wave and to have a nice sort of friendly smiley face. Hi Dan, it's Kim. What things make you happy? Travelling. Where have you been? I have been to America and some European countries. If someone saw us in the street, how would you like them to say hello to you? By deafblind manual on a hand.
Thank you for being a part of Sense and our work to create a world where no one is left out of life, no matter their disabilities. With the help of amazing people like you, Sense has expanded our support to over 30,000 people who are deaf, blind or have complex disabilities, parents, carers and siblings. That's 2,000 more than last year. Your generosity has enabled us to show 6,000 children and families new ways to communicate, connect and play, and give 3,400 people a chance to escape loneliness and enjoy companionship and laughter. This year too, 10,000 people loved getting stuck into our inclusive arts, sports and well-being activities. In a sense first, 1,000 families received vital assistance from our emergency cost of living grants. Through your enthusiasm and generosity, you raised £13 million to help more people get the support they need. And our shops received over 1 million bags of donated pre-loved items. Thank you to everyone who joined us to campaign for change. 80,000 of you signed our petition calling for greater financial support to disabled households during the cost of living crisis. Groundbreaking research has shown that there are 1.6 million people living with complex disabilities in the UK. Together, we can keep expanding our reach, ensuring that even more children and adults who are deaf-blind or who have complex disabilities can take part in life. Thank you. Find out more about the difference you're making. sense.org.uk/our-impact. Registered charity number 289868. Thank you for being a part of Sense and our work to create a world where no one is left out of life, no matter their disabilities. With the help of amazing people like you, Sense has expanded our support to over 30,000 people who are deaf, blind or have complex disabilities, parents, carers and siblings. That's 2,000 more than last year. Your generosity has enabled us to show 6,000 children and families new ways to communicate, connect and play, and give 3,400 people a chance to escape loneliness and enjoy companionship and laughter. This year too, 10,000 people loved getting stuck into our inclusive arts, sports and well-being activities. In a sense first, 1,000 families received vital assistance from our emergency cost of living grants. Through your enthusiasm and generosity, you raised £13 million to help more people get the support they need. And our shops received over 1 million bags of donated pre-loved items. Thank you to everyone who joined us to campaign for change. 80,000 of you signed our petition calling for greater financial support to disabled households during the cost of living crisis. Groundbreaking research has shown that there are 1.6 million people living with complex disabilities in the UK. Together, we can keep expanding our reach, ensuring that even more children and adults who are deaf-blind or who have complex disabilities can take part in life. Thank you. Find out more about the difference you're making. sense.org.uk/our-impact. Registered charity number 289868. Thank you for being a part of Sense and our work to create a world where no one is left out of life, no matter their disabilities. With the help of amazing people like you, Sense has expanded our support to over 30,000 people who are deaf-blind or have complex disabilities, parents, carers and siblings. That's 2,000 more than last year. Your generosity has enabled us to show 6,000 children and families new ways to communicate, connect and play, and give 3,400 people a chance to escape loneliness and enjoy companionship and laughter. This year too, 10,000 people loved getting stuck into our inclusive arts, sports and well-being activities. In a sense first, 1,000 families received vital assistance from our emergency cost of living grants. Through your enthusiasm and generosity, you raised £13 million to help more people get the support they need. And our shops received over 1 million bags of donated pre-loved items. Thank you to everyone who joined us to campaign for change. 80,000 of you signed our petition calling for greater financial support to disabled households during the cost of living crisis. Groundbreaking research has shown that there are 1.6 million people living with complex disabilities in the UK. Together, we can keep expanding our reach, ensuring that even more children and adults who are deaf-blind or who have complex disabilities can take part in life. Thank you. Find out more about the difference you're making. sense.org.uk/our-impact. Registered charity number 289868. Thank you for being a part of Sense and our work to create a world where no one is left out of life, no matter their disabilities. With the help of amazing people like you, Sense has expanded our support to over 30,000 people who are deaf-blind or have complex disabilities, parents, carers and siblings. That's 2,000 more than last year. Your generosity has enabled us to show 6,000 children and families new ways to communicate, connect and play, and give 3,000
To pick up where we left off, our group of unlikely investigators has found the location of Paul Rogers' house, who is the supplier of this mysterious drug that is being called Eclipse.
A couple questions about this house. Mainly, is this somewhere he lives alone? Does he rent the whole place? Or is he flat sharing? Is it multiple flats crammed into a little house? What's is that basically, does anyone else live there? What's their connection?
Rich area, poor area?
It's a fairly seedy area. Not the roughest parts of town by any stretch, but not somewhere that you're surprised a drug dealer appears to be living. Hux, your questions. So this house is it's a small house, perhaps a corner house, which I assume means it's a house on the corner at the end of a row of terraces. It looks small enough that it's probably the house itself is probably only 1 or 2 bedrooms. So he is at most sharing with one other person. You would need to spend some time observing the place to gain a proper insight to who lives there.
At that point, it just kind of becomes suspicious.
It does. I mean, you're sufficiently well hidden that it's not immediately, and you can spend some time staking it out, especially now that you know where it is.
It would have to be like the amount of time I think it would take to be suspicious, subtract a good chunk. And I'm wondering if that's going to end up with like 0 or negative time.
I tell you what I will say is that there appear to be no lights on in the house before he arrives. I've said that like I was going to say something else. I'm not.
What time of day is it?
Yeah.
Probably at this point mid to late afternoon.
It's late afternoon. And would the season mean that it's darker, or is this like a...
It's certainly darkening. I mean, Arkham is always quite dark. There's this constant pall of misery and dreary fog. But yeah, it is getting darker.
Well, it seems unlikely that we're going to, like, the rest of us are going to approach and stand where you're standing, so the 3 of us can try to look non-suspicious. So I suspect we wait a ways off for you to decide to come back and talk to us.
I think I am going to come back and talk to you guys. I don't think there's much I can, like, more right at this very moment.
No. If you wanted to glean more, you'd need to spend a bit more time observing.
It's somewhere we can come back to.
Yes, the building's not going to go anywhere.
No.
So I would hazard at this point that we have 3 options. We can wait for him to leave and attempt to enter the property in the hopes that he keeps notes so we can find something that's going on about where he works. We can wait for him to leave and follow him to see if he goes to wherever it is the drugs are coming from. And presumably he's not going directly between his supply and his selling, although maybe he cooks them in his bathtub, who's to say. And the third option is to knock on the door and confront him, which I suspect would go poorly in a number of ways.
So we've got a crime, more stalking, or a terrible idea.
I think that given that we're on the verge of finding a fundamental truth of the world and the nature of the supernatural, that I don't want to say that any crime is minor, but surely when weighed against the potential gains for scientific advancement, any minor transgression will be a footnote in the annals of history.
Do you think the photos we got might be reason to see if we can get a search warrant?
Yes, exactly. A police search would be lawful, but us simply entering unlawfully would not.
Certainly, but the police have already shown a willingness to cover this up. The 3 bodies with jet black tongues and no obvious cause of death is very clearly suspicious.
Yes.
It is difficult to envision that as being written off as natural causes as the actions the police take while trying to investigate this properly. Those seem like the actions the police take while trying to cover something up. I'm not sure I trust them to do an investigation and find what we're interested in.
Well, it can always have just been a random break-in. We aren't in the best part of town. That is an option. Although Maybe
I-
turning into the source would lead better with science.
Intend to break anything. I'm not planning to go and throw his stuff everywhere. It's
No, of course, but I mean, we would be entering a property.
trespassing at worst.
So what's the plan?
It sounds to me like you're planning to break into Paul Rogers' house.
Unsure as to whether the plan is break in or like wait for him to go elsewhere and follow him.
You could do
Probably
both.
You could do both.
Can do both.
The problem is that I could lockpick us our way in, if necessary, and then, but I'd also have to follow him at the same time. So unless you guys can figure out a different way in, these two options are mutually exclusive.
Well, they're mutually exclusive at the same time. If we manage to break into his property without leaving any evidence that we did so, nothing prevents us tailing him at a later time. And if we can tail him without getting caught, nothing prevents us breaking in at a later time.
I suspect that
I think
second way around.
Yes, let's break in after.
The danger of tailing him a second time is we may simply find our way back to the university, or we may find the way to him doing his laundry or buying his groceries.
Exactly. But I mean, finding out his schedule is not a terrible idea either. Besides, depending on the time at which he leaves, I'm sure he won't be doing his groceries at 11 p.m.
I don't know. As a student, my cycle, my times, they were all off. I went and ended up having to buy a bag of milk at 4 a.m. one time. I think that if we follow him, I'm worried that my luck's going to run out. I might not be as well hidden as I was this time.
Well, you're still our best hope. If we are planning on tailing him, I don't see any problem with you leading that charge again. If we're planning on breaking in, you've got your lockpicking, I can give it a shot. We have options.
I think my perspective is that the break-in is the easier approach on the basis that if he catches us tailing him, then he may take active steps to thwart our investigation. But if he finds that someone has broken into his house, there is no particular way for him to learn that it was us.
Yes, that's true.
Like, there's gotta be a better option around here somewhere, and
I don't think so. I think we've narrowed it down.
Both of these are good options.
Yes.
I think, depending on your definition of good, I think unless a spark of inspiration comes to us while we're waiting around for him to leave the door, please, I say that we.
Yes. In any case, we're waiting for him to leave.
Yes.
And of course, we may find that he makes it in a house, or, well, in any case, we'll know if he makes it in a house or not if we enter his property. And, well, as you said, we might just find him going to the shops. So,
it is, of course, possible that he will not leave until tomorrow morning, so perhaps we should take it in turns and exchange telephone numbers.
That's a good idea.
A rotating system. Yes. Depending on the order, I think I'd rather not go first, just in case he's seen me, if not noticed I was tailing him earlier.
That is a good idea. If I'm seen, it's a bit of a problem.
I suppose I shall remain here first. If you take
Yes.
a shift at night, you're less likely to be recognised if you're seen.
That is true.
I'll join you in the morning.
Yes, and of course he is no longer a student, so it's slightly less suspicious. Well, yes, I think that's a good plan.
Okay. It sounds like we have a plan.
Cool. Let's exchange telephone numbers.
Numbers are exchanged.
And
Chris and David leave Max to his stalking.
That's never gone badly.
Max, could you make me a luck roll, please?
I can attempt a luck roll, whether I can make it. I've rolled an 84, so I think I could not make you a luck roll, no.
Okay. So, during your watch, you spot a number of lights in the house turning on and off, as if someone is... Do they have electric lights in 1925? I don't know.
Yes. 1925,
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yes. Sorry,
Maybe
I should have done more
maybe not in a
research into
CD
this time
area. I
period.
don't know. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
We'll say they're gas lamps.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see the lamps being turned on and off, as would indicate one person moving around the house. Later in the night, lamps just turn off, and no one enters or leaves during your watch.
Very reasonable.
Swappy.
Who was taking second watch?
I'm taking night watch.
Yeah, excellent. Can you make me a luck roll?
I certainly shall. Ooh. Does luck have half and fifth successes? I don't know.
It can do, but
My luck is 60 and I rolled an 18, so good.
okay, significantly good. Yeah. And what sort of time period are you watching over?
Probably like once it gets like proper dark till the start of getting lighter, so that I'm really under cover of darkness, not getting no chance of me being recognized just by spotting me out a window or something.
Okay. I'm not quite sure what to do with this. Give me a moment. Right. You catch Paul leaving in the early hours of the morning, right towards the end of your shift. Lights come on in the house. There is movement, and Paul leaves and heads inwards towards the center of town.
I'm going to find the nearest telephone booth, phone both of the numbers I've received, leave no message, simply phoning. They'll know what this means. They'll know, random telephone booth phone them in the middle of the night. Oh, that's probably what's there. And I'm assuming that there's like some way of, because all telephone booths have a number, you could probably look at the number that's calling you and find it on a map of some kind, or even just go back to the house. Honestly,
Yeah.
And from there, I'm going to try to tail him. But more importantly, I have a bunch of like climbing and caving gear, so I'm going to leave a little trail every time there's a corner. I'm going to leave a little bit of rope, a little bit of like twine or something, pointing the corner that's being turned, so that they can follow that and get to us.
Okay.
Cool.
I also
Yeah,
try to
that's a great idea.
not be spotted, which can only go well.
Woken from a shallow sleep by the ringing of a novelty telephone. Its handle is like carved out of like old plastic to make kind of the shape of like a courgette. Don't worry about it. Continuing the trend of food-based phones. Okay, it's very important. Don't worry about that.
Absolutely. So, I imagine it had been part of the planning the previous night that Chris would have left a trail in such a manner. Chris, you're attempting to track Paul. Could you give me a stealth check, please?
Yeah. Do I get any advantages because of the nighttime, or I guess that's cancelled out by the fact that he's also in the nighttime?
I'm gonna say yeah. You can have a bonus dice.
I'm gonna push that.
Okay. How?
Chris is a bit of a risk taker. She is going to basically try and... She's gonna, like, dodge the street lamps, which makes her slightly more obvious as she's crossing the road, but to try and get closer, like, closer distance-wise, but because she's across the street, sort of, like, basically go on a diagonal, whereas... So...
Yeah, no, I understand.
See what I mean? So...
Yeah.
That all good?
Yeah,
Do
absolutely.
I roll with
Let's
the
go
advantage
for it.
die?
Sure.
I'm going to spend 22 points of luck
Okay.
to turn that into a success.
Okay. Yeah.
Seems like the
Absolutely.
time. I'm decently lucky. I'm sure this won't come back to bite me later.
Yeah. So, yeah, fortune smiles on you as you dodge between street lamps, pursuing Paul. Where's he going?
Where's he going?
Where is he going? Where would a drug dealer be going in the very early hours of the morning?
Truly a mystery.
Be a mystery.
I mean, ideally for us, he's going to his supplier and where things come from. Unideally for us, an early hour of the morning visit could be to a partner.
To a where, sorry?
To a lover.
Oh, yes.
Do you want this to be a luck roll?
Yeah, sure, actually.
Because that's going to go well. Miraculously, yes, that is still a success.
What is
Okay.
your luck roll?
38.
Okay.
Okay. So, you are not taken. No, I tell you what. Paul leads you inadvertently to second. Paul leads you to an apartment block closer to the center of town. He enters the building, and I assume you follow him in. I mean, at some distance.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you are able to track him to the third floor of this block, where you're on the stairs and you hear a door open and close. And when you reach the third floor, he is no longer there. But you can hear some muttered discussion, muffled by one of the doors. There are two voices. I don't think you've heard Paul speak, have you?
Definitely not recently.
No. So one of the voices presumably Paul. Could you give me a listen roll, actually, to try and hear what they're saying? I forget that's a skill.
That is, in fact, a skill. Oh, dear. That's a fumble.
A fumble? Okay. So you can't really make anything out. And you go closer and try and press your ear up against the door to hear it. And what you make out when you get much closer is that the tone of the conversation has shifted suddenly. And what they're saying is, I think there's someone outside. You followed here? Better not have been followed here. I'll go and investigate.
Shit.
You have a moment now to flee if you would like to. Or any other action you'd like to take.
Yeah. Is there an upstairs? Like, is this the top of this building, or is there stairs that keep going?
No. There are stairs that keep going up.
Okay. I think instead of going down, I'm going to go up stairs, trying to be quiet, but still somewhat fast. And like stop probably 2 floors up, and then depending on whether I have time to do this, and this is up to you, pull like some like pittons and rope out of my bag and try and basically set up a trip trap on the stairwell. Like, obviously it's going up and not down, so he won't die, but like trying to trip up someone who might be following.
Okay, I think you said you wanted to do this sneakily.
Ideally.
Which I think calls for a stealth roll, perhaps.
I'm sure it does. Oh, these ones are going to jail. Now, are you giving me a disadvantage die on this, or is this just a straight roll?
Just straight.
5.
5?
5.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah.
Which isn't even a 5th success.
Is it not?
I've got base skill for stealth, 20%. So.
Okay. It's still a hard success.
Yes.
So, yeah, absolutely. You, you've got the lithe agility of someone who climbs rocks for a living.
Hell yeah.
Which in many ways you do. And climbing a flight of stairs or 2 is no feat.
Basically rocks.
It's basically rocks. It's pebbles to you. You scale these stairs incredibly quickly, making the barest squeak. You hear the door beneath you open. Someone stomps out, pauses, and then starts stomping down the stairs. A few moments later, they stomp back up and re-enter the room. Have not been discovered. Meanwhile,
fucking while.
one of the other 2 of you have received this early morning call to go and find this stuff.
I mean, I don't think Maximilian's rich enough to own his own phone, but he'll have told the building manager, I'm expecting a late call, and we'll have had a very angry building manager saying, you've had your call, they hung up, and they woke me up.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then has headed off towards the house in the belief that when we get there, we're breaking into a house, since that was the plan that we discussed. We'll see.
Yeah.
I am going to hurry there, as quick as I can, get roughly dressed, just throw on the clothes I probably had left lying around from the night before, and get down to it.
Are you also planning to break in?
I'm very much planning to break in.
Okay, fantastic.
As you get to the door of the house, there's like a tiny bit of rope lying next to the door, pointing in a direction.
I'm sure that's not important.
She's
It
off
could be
somewhere.
anyone's rope.
Yeah, it could be anyone's rope. So you
How's Chris?
arrive. Yeah,
She did
you
mention
arrive
that she would use
pretty
rope
much
as
the
a
same
signal.
time.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to arrive at probably a similar time.
Yeah, absolutely. You arrive at the same kind of time to find an empty house and no Chris. Only a few scraps of rope. Now, I believe this was part of the plan, but
Yeah.
she said she'd leave you some indicators of where she's gone. But also, you're planning to break in now that he's out of the house.
I'm gonna have faith in Chris. I
Mhm.
really hope she's okay, and if she isn't, there's not much I can do about it. So
This is very true.
Okay as well, but it did take us a half an hour to travel across town to this point. So whatever's happening to her has either already happened, or it's far too late for us to change anything. Hopefully,
Yeah, very true.
cool. I am going to not in too much detail. I'm gonna have a quick sweep around the sides of the house if I can. If there's like
Yeah.
a little narrow passage around the side to see if there's any anything less like if there are like windows that are less secure than having to go through the front door.
You find a back door
Mhm.
which appears to have a significantly worse quality lock.
Cool. This time I think I probably would have brought my I don't know
Actual
if
lockpicks.
Yeah, I'd have lockpicks, right?
Yeah. So roll me locksmith with the bonus dice because you have the tools.
Go. Cool. That is 3 0. So that's 0 on the percentile dice and a 0 on the regular dice. That's either 0 or 100.
That's
That-
100.
That's 100.
Okay, so then I got 20, which is
Okay.
a regular success.
Regular success is plenty. Yeah, three zeros you might expect to be the best you can do. It is in fact the worst you can do. Super Mega Ultra Fumble, I think it's officially called. Anyway.
I see a double 0, and I'm like, yay! And then I see a third 0.
The regular success with the right tools. This lock on the back door is almost trivial. Like, it makes you wonder why people even bother locking their houses if they're going to put this little effort into it. I assume Max is around the back with you, and you enter
Absolutely,
together.
I am fully on board with this breaking into a house plan.
Absolutely, breaking into a house is great fun.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna very slowly tiptoe through the place. I'm not there is a second bedroom here, so I'm I wouldn't have crossed it off that there might be another person in the house still. So I would still want to be quiet, but I think that
absolutely.
Perhaps checking if there's anyone else here would be higher priority than actually searching the place. Just to, take the weight off my mind.
So, the first thing you notice when you open this back door and step in is that your foot crunches on something soft. You look down to find newspapers on the floor near the back door, which are stained with some kind of reddish-black substance. It smells like manure, and there are a pair of rubber galoshes, like big overshoe Wellingtons, stood on the newspaper, leaning up against the wall, and the soles and the bottom of these shoes are similarly encrusted with this foulness. If you'd like to make a biology, chemistry, or medicine roll, you may. Either of you. You do not need to.
Can I roll natural world?
Yeah.
Basic success.
Basic success. Yeah.
Can I? Okay, so I'm suspecting that this is like related to this stuff. It might not be. So, I might be going out on a limb here. Can I roll on a cult?
I will allow you to roll on occult with the proviso that I may not tell you anything useful if you do well.
Okay. Sure. That is a 42, so no success anyway. Just
Success.
no success. Failure. Regular failure.
Failure, sorry. Yeah. Okay. So you don't detect anything weird about this. Maximilian, you're pretty sure that this is in fact animal manure and blood. Possibly from a cow or pig.
We've come in the back garden. Was there anything in there like suggesting that he's keeping animals on the property?
No.
Okay.
So, you make your way through the rest of the house. You determine that the house only has one bedroom. There is a bedroom, there is a kitchen, which is where you have entered in. And the bedroom appears to be of most interest to you. Could you please give me spot hidden rolls?
I've passed the spot hidden roll for the first time this week.
Hey!
It's only a basic pass.
Okay, I'd like to push that. And at this point, knowing that there's probably not someone in the house, I'm going to be a little more vigorous.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be like, not throwing drawers around, but opening stuff, checking under things, moving things, and
Yeah,
then
absolutely. If you fail this, it'll probably be quite obvious that someone was here.
Okay. Yeah, that is a regular success.
Excellent, 2 regular successes. So, investigating the bedroom, you find a few things of interest. There is in the closet, there is just one jacket, and in the pocket of this jacket is a small scrap of paper. Is it worth sharing my screen? Not particularly. What this scrap of paper shows is some rough calculations that have been jotted down, handwritten, which show a number of bottles multiplied by a price, resulting in a higher price, and then a percentage cut of that price. Presumably, this is the cut that Paul is getting from his distribution. The scrap of paper is these notes have been written on a bit of paper that appears to be half of a business card, where the remaining information on the business card is Campbell's meat and half of a bull head. logo.
Is that meat like beef?
Meat's like beef, yes.
Coolio. That's
Aside from this note, you find a large journal inside a desk. The journal has like a note stuck to the front of it that says it's addressed to Paul, and it says, "So you can understand why we do this." Signed by J. Just the letter J. What I'm not assuming you open it. Tell me if and when you do. The final thing you find with your spot hidden success is that moving around the room there is a distinct creak as you step on a section of the rug. And pulling back the rug, you uncover a loose floorboard. Under this floorboard, there are 4 bottles of Eclipse, which are full, about $140 in cash, and a ledger showing that Paul Rogers has accumulated about $1,000 in just a couple of weeks. Hand it back over to you. What do you do?
Does the sales ledger have any information about who he sold it to?
It has a few initials and code names, which is not anything I think you could go off.
Okay, but we wouldn't recognize WS for Walter or whatever in that. There's no one we would recognize.
No, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I'm definitely interested in having a look at the journal. I'd love to know why they do what they do.
I would also like to have a look in the journal.
Okay, fantastic. So, this is a thick, leather-bound book, and it's almost completely filled with cramped handwriting in various colours of ink and pencil. This appears to be the journal of a man called Jonathan Dover. And the journal spans a number of years and relates to Jonathan's quest to discover how to divine the future. Now, this has included travelling around the globe. The reason for this sudden exploration is the sudden accidental death of his wife, which Jonathan blames himself for. Now, in his grief, he all but ignores his son, Jacob, and whatever is best for him. He mentions Jacob frequently, where he's complaining about never staying in one place long enough to make any friends. But Jonathan, the father, continuously falls back on the excuse that the ends justify the means. There are a lot of accounts in here of Jonathan meeting with various mystics, witch doctors, occultists, names that you're absolutely familiar with, Maximilian, and some that you're not. But he has very little to show for it. Until he goes somewhere in Asia, and the journal is not more specific than that, and meets and befriends a community who worship a being called Yibstil.
I'm gonna need a spelling of that in a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. It's YIBB -TSTLL.
Still awesome.
Ibstal. Ibstal is described as he who sits in the jungles of Kled, beyond the borders of dreams, and sees all time and place. The journal then goes on to discuss this entity further, and appears to outline to your eyes, Maximilian, appear to be rituals. Could you please both make me sanity checks?
Let's go. That's a success.
That's a hard success.
And a hard success.
So now we need
Okay.
to roll int.
No, you're fine. Sanity. Okay. So on a success, you're going to take a little sanity loss anyway. You're going to lose two sanity for a success and 1 for a hard success. You do both gain. No, actually, no. I think I do need you to make an int check. Sorry.
I got an 81, which is a failure, which means that I don't understand this.
I'm going to spend some luck to pass the int check.
Fantastic.
Actually, I wonder if I could push this. Can I, like, at a later, take this home to study or something, at a later point, push it, but, like, another time?
Yes, you can.
Or, like, attempt to understand, make an roll later?
Yeah, we'll save that for later.
Cool.
Yeah. So, immediately, David, you gain 1 Cthulhu Mythos, and Max, you gain 2.
I see. That's a skill.
Max, you also gain 4% in anthropology and occult. That is indeed a skill.
So there's now a 1% chance that he succeeds.
And just to clarify, rules-wise, gaining 4% in occult means now 9% because it's on top of the base 5%, or is it because it's lower than 5, no change? Unless you already have occult, in which case it's on top of that.
It is now 9.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh.
So you realise that like, you know that this handwriting is very cramped, it is dense, it is difficult to read. You've made an initial reading of this journal, but to really understand it, you will need to spend a longer time properly analysing it in a nicer environment than where you are currently.
I mean, I'm very reluctant to put down something that's got this level of insight in it, but I can probably be talked out of sitting and reading it all night here until he comes home and finds me cross-legged on his bed reading the book. I do want to skim the rituals and see if any of them call for the sort of thing that would mean that you ended up wading through blood points of blood wearing galoshes.
Okay. Yeah. So, as with most rituals, there is some blood involved in some of these. Whether the blood needs to be yours, or an animal's, or an unblemished calf of less than 6 weeks, it's unclear. At least on an initial reading. You know the ritual texts are typically obscured deliberately. Obfuscated is probably the right word. To make it difficult for any outsiders to read and understand them.
Okay, so it's not possible to tell on the skim read. I'd need to study it in more detail.
It's not possible to tell on the skim read, indeed.
Okay. I stashed this book.
Fantastic. Now, it's early morning. It's still very dark outside. And reading this book has unsettled you somewhat. The gas light in the room seems to flicker, as though an unseen breeze is blowing it. And out of the window in the bedroom, out across in the garden, you think you see a tall, slender, spindly figure standing, watching you. Can you please give me sanity checks?
And that's by us.
Yes, please.
Oof, no, not today.
That is a cool 86, not at all.
Okay. So you're both going to lose 5 sanity for this, which is enough sanity in one go that you are momentarily,
Temporarily insane.
not temporarily insane fully,
Oh, okay.
but I think typically any sanity loss is accompanied by a moment of lost control, but specifically in this case, you are this startles you sufficiently that you drop the journal. It lands on the floor with a heavy thump, and you bend down to pick it up. And when you look back out of the window, the figure is gone.
I think there is a very tense moment where I stop dead still, trying to hear if the figure has entered the house downstairs.
Ooh, give me a listen check.
That's terrible.
I have failed a listen check.
Cool. You listen, you strain your ears, and you can't hear anything beyond the soft creak of the wood beneath your feet as you shift from foot to foot uneasily.
I think maybe we should go now.
This place gives me the creeps. I say we take the book and I mean leg it's the wrong word, but you know.
Let's not tarry any longer than we need to. I think I'll probably scoop up one of the vials of Eclipse on the way out, but I don't bother to stop and get all of it or get the money. I think I just want to grab one thing and go.
Absolutely.
He's definitely going to notice that. We have to take the book, but he's definitely going to notice that.
I mean, he's going to notice that we took the journal anyway. He's going to know we were here either way. I don't know. Maximilian doesn't stop to debate it. Like, he wants to be out of this building. Like, he takes one. If you talk to him about it, he'll talk to you about it on the way down the stairs, but he doesn't stop leaving.
As we walk. And basically, by this point, we're too far away to turn back now, and looking up the stairs into the darkness, like, no.
Absolutely. Do you leave by the front or the back door?
Back door.
Front door.
Back.
I think it was in the back.
Oh, was it at the back or was it at the front?
It was at the back.
We're going out the front then.
Cool. Yeah. You and the front door is easy to unlock from the inside. Unlock the door. Dash quickly outside. Do you attempt to lock the front door behind you?
I don't know if that's something we can do. We wouldn't leave it on the latch, so it would just automatically lock itself.
It depends what sort of lock it has, like whether it locks itself or not. But we don't stop to lock it. Is I think
Fair.
If it's got like a spring-based lock, it's going to lock itself.
I think that's a very good point. It'll lock itself. And as you step outside, you hear a faint fluttering noise from overhead. But when you look up, there is nothing
that thing again. It's following me.
What do you mean it's following you? You've seen this before.
I think I saw it yesterday. Sorry, I'm not comporting myself properly as a man of science. Letting the moment get to me. I think this will all seem clearer when we're inside in a warm, light room, and we should not get carried away until we achieve that.
I just hope whatever that thing was hasn't, like, gotten Chris. I dread to think what something like that could do.
It's just a strange bird.
Oh,
Now,
Sure, I
they,
came to it.
they say it's always darkest just before the dawn, and it does appear to be that way. The shadows cast around you seem longer and deeper than you may have ever seen them. I don't know where you're planning to head next.
How long has passed since we got the phone call?
Ooh, I'd say probably an hour.
Well, I'll get down the half point, so it's the house. Okay.
Yeah.
So, if we start heading down the path that Chris laid out, we might be able to meet her coming the other way?
Entirely possible. Yeah.
I would like to just see someone else, who's some other human.
Yes, absolutely. You begin following the trail that Chris has left for you. Through the dark shadows of buildings, trying to stick as close to the street lamps as possible.
Are we talking like tall, lanky figure? Are we talking like street lamp tall, or like 8 feet?
A bit shorter than a street lamp, I think.
Okay.
And I don't want you thinking fully humanoid.
Okay.
I want like long and spindly in unusual ways.
Spider, like one of those spider crabs, or
Jack Skellington.
Yeah, or a jellyfish
yeah,
with long black tentacles.
Pull up a picture. Cool.
You creep rather hurriedly through the dark streets of Arkham, and until you come across a bit of a commotion in the road up ahead. We will cut back to Chris for the moment.
Me?
Yeah.
What's is same situation as we left, or like has something changed?
Same situation as we left. So
Okay.
you are upstairs in this apartment.
Well, I am going to wait there until someone leaves, so that I don't accidentally walk down at the same time that they leave that room. And if the person who leaves isn't obviously Paul, just looking down the stairwell, try to get a vibe of like their general build. Like, I wouldn't be able to get any specifics from looking down the stairwell, but maybe I could see if they're like tall or well built or just like small.
Yeah.
Depends who leaves. And once a person leaves, I'll wait a little bit and then leave.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The two individuals leave the apartment at the same time.
Interesting.
One of them is absolutely Paul. The other is a taller, lankier looking man with I mean, I hate to be all Lovecraftian and vague, but he has an unsettling aura around him. He moves in mysterious ways.
Like anything on Earth.
Yes.
Paul,
And
just to check, did he look like he had been also consuming Eclipse?
no.
Huh.
Paul appears to be the picture of health. Strong, broad-shouldered, not very tall, but an average height.
Okay. Sorry, back to the other guy then.
Yeah. The two of them are talking, and it's very clear that the other, the man who isn't Paul, is chastising him for carelessness in a way of like reiterating, don't screw up. You know what happens to people who screw up. This is your last warning. And they leave downstairs together.
Okay. Before I leave this apartment, well, actually, I guess as I leave, after a few minutes, good few minutes, I'm like vaguely aware that there are things beneath us. The beneath is not always normal, and presumably there are cave systems under Arkham.
Yes, that is reasonable to assume.
Would I know of any cave system that kind of would have an area closer to the surface around this area that there might be a way into around this building?
For what purpose?
Just wondering if, like, there's a possibility that they're somehow going from this building down into the caves, or if that's just not a thing in this area.
That is not a thing in this area. They leave out of the front door and turn in separate directions.
It was general check. Cool. And then as I leave, I'm going to be kicking my little bits of rope out and about into random like spots, into like the corners, into darkness, like behind bins, making sure that the trail is no longer followable and no longer noticeable as like, someone has left a trail from my house to this apartment that I was in.
Yes.
And basically I get rid
Understood.
of the fucking trail. And I follow the trail back to get rid of it and eventually bump into these guys.
Understood. Well, what you bump into first is a commotion in the road. This is the same commotion that you have all arrived at from opposite sides. There is a small group of people gathered round something on the floor. And there is the grumpy short police officer from previously is at the scene as well, going, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing to see here. Please, back off, back off." You approach?
Yep. I certainly will.
I think no, I've got things that I just stole from a house literally on my person. I decide not to interact with the police at this time.
Yeah. There's enough people around that you will not be directly interacting with them if you get closer.
Oh, if I can be part of a crowd and not individually speaking to a police officer, like being part of a crowd feels good at the moment.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll definitely get within range to see what's actually happening here.
What's actually happening here is that there is a the thing on the floor that is being gathered around is the crumpled and shattered body of the taller police officer. There is an old man babbling to the officer on scene, saying, "She just fell out of the sky. I don't know how. They're screaming all the way down. I don't know what's going on.
And this is obviously a body that's been mangled by, like, falling from a great height, or is there something else, like other marks, like slashes or something like that?
Give me a relevant check. I think medicine might be relevant.
Like literally anything else that could be useful.
Yeah, if you have
first
anything
aid.
else, do let me know. First aid, absolutely. I mean, she's a bit far gone for first aid, but
I'm not trying to heal her. I just want to know how she died.
yeah.
Oh, that's really annoying. I'm not going to spend any luck on that, and I'm not going to push it either. I don't think I really can. I was 8 off, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
You cannot see anything else. There's no, like, anvils or similar heavy objects that might have fallen and crushed this person. There are no tall buildings around. This is a place where the buildings are maybe 1 or 2 stories tall. This person,
no, like, knife slashes or anything. Like, she hasn't been
No knife
stabbed and
slashes.
made to look like she fell.
Nothing you can see.
Shit. But yeah, but does she look like someone who's fallen from a high height? Like,
I would very much say so.
I have the suspicion that she was dropped by whatever made that fluttering. Did I make a first aid roll to try and confirm or deny that?
Sure.
That's a 9.
Okay.
30%. I don't. That's not a 5th success, right?
No, that's probably a hard success. Yeah, you are pretty certain that this is a body that has been dropped from a high height. No other complicating factors. It's impossible to say what they've been dropped from.
Does it look like it's been moved? Like they fell off a tall building far away and then got brought here by someone for some reason?
No, this very much looks like the impact site. And the old man babbling away is saying that he didn't see any balloon or airplane or anything else in the sky that might have dropped it. There's no buildings around. And she just fell.
And the old man doesn't look like insane. He just looks like horrified that someone fell out of the sky in front of him.
The officer on scene is making a concerted effort to try and disperse the crowd, and has clearly called for backup because a number more officers arrive and start forming a proper corral to move the crowd away.
I think this is our cue to leave.
Yeah, I'm getting out of here. I've seen enough.
If I manage to spot these two in the crowd, I'll join them.
Absolutely, you do. So you reconvene after your assorted experiences.
Shall we just go to whoever's house is closest?
Yeah.
We're in the center of town, so that'd probably be mine.
Yeah, your house would be not far.
Yeah. And it's a house with a phone in it.
Well, yeah, I'm going back to my head as fast as I can.
You head back to Chris's house, which is, moderately well decorated, moderate comfort.
Teacher salary.
It's a teacher's salary. It has all the amenities that you might require, including no mangled corpses, and running water.
I mean, I'm feeling really good about the ceiling. Maximilian's been looking up every few seconds the whole walk there, and is actively relieved to be inside a building.
Would I have noticed that?
Yeah.
It's not.
I would say so.
Sorry, two people spoke at once. I didn't catch either.
Yes,
Yes.
I agree.
Yes, and Maximilian wasn't trying to hide it.
Okay. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Cool. So yeah, back in the building. I would like to see the book, as I am a professor of reading things.
You are a professor of reading things.
And I am a studied parapsychologist. I think there are definitely answers in this book to what they're attempting. There are rituals that have been intentionally obscured, some of which may be consistent with the things that we found in the house.
Of course. Yeah.
Now, this is a safe environment in which you could do a more detailed reading of this journal, if you wish.
I'd also like to mention that the business card from Campbell's Meat is probably not a coincidence, considering that it had a ton of pig and cow blood.
Okay. Yes. That's a good point.
I'm inclined to agree.
That. I mean, I'm more of a field researcher myself, but you do have to read for your professor. I wouldn't mind giving it a read over with you and trying to get really in depth and get
I'm
to
probably
it.
not going to sleep tonight. I think that we should do that now.
Good idea. Actually, you seem quite rattled. You should probably get some rest. I won't read it without you. That seems like a bad idea given what you've been through, but I think we should probably all get some rest before we crack on this.
I have been looking for some of the answers that might be here for most of my adult life. I'm not going to sleep knowing that they might be in the next room.
All right.
I'm going to stay up and read this now, which you're welcome to with me and to compare notes, but I'm not going to be this close.
I want to go around in Chris's kitchen and see if I can find some coffee.
Chris definitely has coffee.
Pot of coffee for
So much coffee. But yes, so I'll be reading the book with you then, which I assume means I need to make a bunch of checks.
Yeah. So, step 1 is a sanity check for reading the book.
4.
4. That's good. That's probably an extreme success, right?
It is.
Yes. So you're not going to lose any sanity for this.
Do I need to check again, or having done that once, am I okay?
No, you've already lost the sanity for this.
I'd also like to read this mostly out of a morbid, ravenous curiosity than a studious thing.
Yeah. Chris, could you give me an intelligence check, please?
Oh, come on. Screw it. I'm going to spend 7 points of luck to get that to a success. I really do want to know what this is about.
So,
Like that intelligence check I said I was going to do earlier.
yeah, absolutely.
The retry.
This is now a good time for that.
That is a 32, and I'm just going to spend 2 points of luck to make it a hard success.
Woo! Okay. So, Chris, you got a normal success, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So you're going to gain 2 Cthulhu Mythos and 4 Anthropology and Occult. And the 2 of you reading this together, well, in fact, the 3 of you, because you're all reading this, manage to piece together one ritual in its entirety. A ritual which is described throughout the book with a number of names, being along the lines of extinguish the sun, call forth the night, etc. And what this spell, as it is, will do is manifest in some fashion this substance that you know to be Eclipse. Or at least the biological matter that forms part of Eclipse. It mentions like drawing out the blood of the Elder One. And this is a spell that you could learn if you wanted to spend time devoted to learning it. But the key takeaway is that this substance is easily dispelled, destroyed, disempowered by running water.
Does that mean water in motion like you get from a tap, or does that mean running water has to be a naturally occurring river or stream?
It's not clear, and as is the way with these rituals, there is probably some distinction between the two that only matters to those casting the spell. Certainly, running water like a stream would work.
Excellent.
Possibly running water like from a tap would also work.
We have that bottle. We could take a small sample and just run the sample through under the tap or something.
Do we want to
absolutely you could.
Do we want to risk that getting into the water system?
Let's
maybe just not put it in the sink.
Yeah.
This sounds more like a laboratory experiment than a doing it here experiment.
Yes.
Perhaps.
Or like
I would
above bucket.
Is there any information? Is there anything I need to do to like? I'd like to learn this spell.
Okay.
What is there a step I should take now?
So, in order to learn the spell, I believe you need to make a hard power roll. Hang on, no, that's my mistake. You need to make a hard intelligence check first, I think.
30%.
Know this. Yes, you need to make a hard int roll to learn the spell.
That has gone off the table. But the first die, the percentile die was a 90 anyway. Can I push it by like isolating myself from the others and taking the book with me?
Nope, you definitely cannot.
That's true.
Max will not let you.
Fuck it. Max, listen. I have spent my whole life learning magic. Like, all this stuff with cards. I pull like a couple handkerchiefs that have been tied together as part of my big string of handkerchiefs at my pocket, stuff them back in here. Well, this isn't. It's nothing. It's just fake. There's nothing real here. But this is like there's a power here, not from a Faustian I want to be strong perspective. Just I want to feel something. Everything in this world, it's all illusions. Everything's just trying to trick you, but there's truth here. Please, I just beg you, few minutes to just maybe learn something that's worth learning for once in my life.
But I understand completely what you mean by that. I've spent so long trying to prove that any of this is real, that it actually happens. But you can understand that you wouldn't want this chance to pass you by. I can't risk letting it pass me by. I'm not laying this out of my sight. Why is it you need me gone in order to learn it? What is there about my presence that makes it impossible to read a page? Can you see how that looks a little bit like you might be planning on running off with this book?
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna let it lie.
All right.
Meanwhile, Chris is off looking at her geological maps up in her room, so that roleplay had a chance to happen. And she's looking for a natural spring, a river, water of some kind that may be running in or out of a cave system, just spring somewhere.
Yeah,
Nice
nearby.
running. In the city, nearby, hopefully, but closest one.
Absolutely, you can find such a thing. You're very familiar with the cave system around here. In fact, you've probably chosen a house that's quite near some.
Makes sense.
So there is, in fact, a little known spring nearby.
Well, and I return from that with a bunch of maps. I think we test that running water theory. Take it to the spring. Make sure we've got a bucket to collect it in case it doesn't work. See what happens.
Fantastic.
Perhaps we can test with just regular water in motion, and then
Good idea.
we can.
Yeah, I'm nowhere near as protective of the bottle of Eclipse. I just hand that over if you decide you need it for something.
Yeah, but the book is yours.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Everyone get some cloth over your faces, and I'll open a window as well. And then basically I'll fill 2 saucepans. Fill 1 saucepan, get another one out, and put a little bit of Eclipse on a plate, and then pour 1 saucepan over the plate, over the Eclipse, into the other saucepan. So it's all nice and contained, but there is flowing water on the Eclipse.
Yeah, absolutely. You see that the jet black substance, as soon as the running water touches it, starts to break down into these brownish flakes. And as the water runs over it, these flakes get picked up, broken down, and dissolve until it is fully gone.
Excellent. Do spray bottles exist at this point in time?
Sure.
I'll grab a spray bottle, fill it with water, put a drop of Eclipse on the plate.
Yeah, when sufficient water has accumulated from the spraying that a rivulet forms and flows over the Eclipse, there is a streak of brown flakes that are left in the wake that, again, splinter, fragment, dissolve, and disappear.
Right. So I'll make sure to get rid of all of that. Plates in the sink, they can be washed up later. Cool. Can't just spray Eclipse with this. Has to be a good amount of running water. Science.
That's another win for science.
Fantastic.
Again. Well, what's our next step? Get rid of this stuff.
Well,
there was that man that Paul met with. Not sure how to find him.
But the question is, why does Paul need to meet with someone in the first place? If Paul has the book and has the ritual and is capable of manufacturing Eclipse, why is Paul giving up a portion of his earnings to someone else?
Maybe Paul doesn't know the ritual. Maybe he hasn't been able to decipher it. He cheated on tests. Max. He's not the smartest fellow.
Sorry, that is good. I've been staring at this book for so long. It seems like
It seems obvious.
Yes,
But also requires blood of the Elder One, and his porch was covered in, blood and manure. He'd need some kind of sacrifice. Perhaps this person he's meeting with is from Campbell Meat.
Did it say that it created blood of the Elder One or needed blood of the Elder One?
my read was the ritual drew it out of the Elder One as part of the ritual.
Exactly. That's the vibe I was getting. Now,
drawn out, I think, is the word I used.
would I have any idea what the Elder One means?
Give me an occult roll.
Okey-dokey. There's no way I can push this. No, fail.
I'm afraid not. You're not massively familiar with occultism. You know that Elder One is a fairly generic and vague title that could be applied to pretty much anything in occultism.
That rocks.
I'm going to suggest you look into the Campbell's Meat, just for the sake of time.
Yes, good point.
Plan. That was my plan anyway.
Excellent.
Cool. There's going to be a phone book, right? That would have
They have a phone.
They'd have a phone number, but more importantly, it'd have just general information about Campbell's Meat. Maybe there's an address, but just like what would I be able to like easily glean from public knowledge? It's just like a base to start with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Chris has got like a phone book. There's probably an ad in there. The butchers.
Yeah.
Then let's get to the bottom of this and go now. It is the early hours of the morning. We've still all not slept. Maximilian is obsessed and seems like quite willing to push himself, but that might not be smart.
Yeah.
Chris is moderately insistent that people get some sleep, mostly because it was her watch that got interrupted and we haven't slept since.
It's very true.
But also, if everyone else is going to go ahead, she's not going to leave them.
And
the information that you learn researching Campbell's Meat is that there is a slaughterhouse on River Street next to a small stream that locals used to call Blood Creek for the waste runoff it would contain. And this slaughterhouse was once called Campbell's Meat Processing. And it was closed down about 30 years ago, when the local supply of meat dried up and moved away. You've pulled some strings and been able to find that the deed was transferred, the deed to the property was transferred from the city, who owned it by default, to a Mr. Jacob Dover, which is hopefully a familiar name.
it's the son of the guy who wrote the book.
He is the son of the guy who wrote the book.
And also, journal signed by Jay. Well, that is the book, but we don't know if that's Jay Senior or Jay Junior necessarily.
No, it did not actually provide the promised explanation of the motivations of the people involved in this.
I mean, sort of.
Yeah, it was very much talking about the elders, the seniors' quest to look into the future, presumably to prevent such unfortunate accidents as befell his wife happening again.
That's a JoJo reference.
Well, I think we've got our plan of action then. To the slaughterhouse.
I should say, one additional bit of information. The Dover family is fairly well known. They are quite well connected and well-to-do, or at least they once were. I'm going to skip some steps here and assume you've done some successful research into them. And what you've learned, for the sake of time indeed, what you have learned is that 20 years ago, Margaret Dover, Jonathan's wife, died in a boating accident, and Jonathan went a little bit crazy. Started globe-trotting around the world, took his son Jacob with him, used up his family fortune funding these excursions completely. 2 years ago, Jonathan and Jacob returned from their travels completely broke. They lived a low-key life together until Jonathan died last year. Looking into Jonathan's death report, his death is listed as natural causes. But there is a brief mention to the deceased having a black tongue.
The slaughterhouse. Thanks.
The slaughterhouse is probably a good place to go.
It's time to see what's up at the slaughterhouse.
Do we know when the deed was passed from a city to Jacob? How many years ago?
Good question. Recently.
Like, potentially 2 years ago?
I would say within the last 2 years, certainly.
Okay. Well, I think that narrows things down.
Apologies for skipping over some chunks of that, but
No,
timing is difficult.
Given that we have half an hour left, it wouldn't have been best been spent on a bunch of library use rolls.
No, indeed. Yes. Instead, I think it'll be better spent dying to a bunch of horrors.
Well, I don't intend.
We'll see.
What is it? Well, I think we go to the slaughterhouse. I don't think that's controversial.
Yep.
Let's go directly to the slaughterhouse. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 bottles of Eclipse.
So, the slaughterhouse is not nearby. It's some distance away. And I think you arrive possibly mid-afternoon.
Yeah.
Having done your assorted research and studying of occult tomes, and a little bit of sleeping. Actually, if you're sleeping, maybe you arrive early evening.
Let's have a nap, yeah, and arrive early evening.
Yeah, early evening.
Might be a little useful anyway.
So, the slaughterhouse itself appears disused from the outside. It is rusted, the paint on the side proclaiming it to be Campbell's meat processing is peeling, flaking.
Any broken windows?
Say again?
Any broken windows, or are they boarded up?
Any broken windows? Yes, sure. There are a few broken windows high up along the walls.
Good thing we have rope.
And there's some graffiti, some paint that has been daubed on the walls.
Anything of note?
Or is it just tagging?
Anything of note? It's quite tame.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to add symbolism where there isn't any. But
Is there any
fairly
sign?
mundane.
Is there any sign of people going in or out? Is there a door where someone's bothered to clean up the handle and make sure it's not rusted or anything like that?
Ooh. Yeah, give me a spot hidden.
Find that creek. Sorry.
Say again?
66 is a fail.
Unfortunate. No, there is nothing obvious you can see that would indicate the way in or not. There is, there from the side you have approached, there is a ramp that leads up and in, that presumably cattle pigs would have been ferried up.
I'm gonna look for that creek, that little river.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we need to roll for that?
No, this will be fairly easy to find because you've looked on a map in advance. The river, known locally as Blood Creek, is just next to the slaughterhouse, like pretty much directly adjacent.
Or
There have been some like sluices built into the bank that would carry wastewater from the plant, the meat plant, into the creek. Those have dried up.
I'm making a note that I am always kind of keeping myself in a frame of reference to that creek so that I know how to get to it at all times.
Noted.
What I'm thinking is we climb up and peek through the windows, broken or otherwise, and then if they are broken, we can probably pick some of the broken glass out and climb through if it feels safe.
Yeah.
Shall I give you a boost?
I've got climbing gear. We don't need to do
You
anything.
do have climbing gear and a climbing skill, I believe.
So much. Yeah,
So much.
All the gear, all the skills.
To make it easy for the rest of us to get up
Pretty
there.
much, yeah. I've got ropes and various caving apparatus, so I could probably dig some kittens into the mortar and loop a rope around that. And
Absolutely. Give me a climbing roll.
Oh yeah. Can I get an advantage on that because of all the gear I have?
Yeah.
Yay. Yep, success.
Excellent. Yeah. So you with little difficulty, you're able to scale this wall and run a rope down back to the ground.
And on the other side, is it does it lead up to a suitable floor, or is it also a drop on the other side?
It's also a drop on the other side.
In which case, rope goes over, and
Yeah.
I make the way down as well.
Absolutely.
And it's empty on the inside as well. There's no one else there, as you can see.
Yes.
There is no one you can immediately see.
Cool. Be careful. Don't just throw yourself over. I want to make sure we're not spotted. I don't know what's in there. Sorry, I don't know who's in there. And people will notice people coming through their windows.
I take a look on the other side. Does it seem like it's completely abandoned? There's no one there, there's no movement, there's no nothing?
Give me spot hidden.
Absolutely.
Given there's been a hammering pittance into masonry step to this procedure, I think if there's someone in there to hear us, they probably already know we're here.
Yeah, that's a failure, so I'm not going to bother messing with that.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, you're pretty convinced that this place is empty.
We'll be fine. And
Let's go and have a
roll
look.
down.
Yeah, let's climb in.
Fantastic.
Breaking and entering.
We didn't break anything. Well, we did break the wall a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, only a little bit. So, up the wall, in through the window, and down. Can the other two of you please make me spot hidden checks?
I'm going to spend 4 points of luck to make that a success.
And you're alone in that. I've got 67. I hope I'm not going through the results sequentially.
That's fine. So, the first thing you notice is the smell, the stench. It's an almost overwhelming stench of death, blood, manure, rust, just decay.
Can I like rip off a bit of shirt or something, or can I tie some of the handkerchiefs from my string of around my nose? Probably now as well. Onto the others.
Yeah, I've definitely got some sort of covering because of the rock dust in caves and stuff. So that's on.
Absolutely. There are no lights in here, and plenty of dark shadows being cast by the low sun.
I have a flashlight.
Yeah. Your flashlight throws shadows against the wall, and bars of cages and hanging chains throw shadows onto the wall that look like tall, spindly figures. There's an assortment of wooden and metal pens used to keep livestock previously. Troughs that have the remains of blood congealed along the side of them. Big old butcher cleavers and hooks covered in rust and blood. Chris, this stirs a memory for you. The vision you briefly had. The hook, the butcher's hook covered in rust.
Oh dear.
Overhead is a conveyor system, chains and hooks that would have been used to move the carcasses along. Now still stationary and as dead as everything else. With your successful spot hidden, you do spot a number of footprints in the dust. There appears to be a reasonable amount of foot traffic. And there is some subtle murmuring from up ahead.
Judging by the difference in... Oh, I know there's murmuring. There's people here. I don't ask that question. Cool. And I'm going to whisper to my compatriots. There's people here. Hey, if they haven't heard us already, we've got to make sure. Sorry. If there's people here, if they haven't heard us already, we've got to make sure they don't hear us now.
Torches off.
Yeah, and I'm going to proceed forward, and if necessary, I'm going to roll for stealth.
I'm gonna give you my flashlight. I'm gonna put on my caving helmet, which has a built-in light. So you've got the handheld one. It's off, but you've got it.
Yeah, cool.
Cool.
Can you all give me stealth checks, please?
This will go well.
Fuck.
I failed by 70, which isn't a botch. I'm just about it.
Okay.
Do I have a way to push that?
I'm afraid not.
I can't like take off my shoes and so on. I know it's not going to work. I'm risking it's not worth it. I
Extreme success.
Okay. One of you succeeds massively. Two of you
Fumble.
big fail.
No.
Yeah. David, you start like in your stress and anxiety, start fiddling with the flashlight you've been given, and briefly turn it on, illuminating shadows up against the wall, and quickly turn it off. But one of the shadows remains and peels off the wall and flies quickly towards you. Could I ask you to roll dodge, please?
Crap. That is under D. Actually, that's.
Is this thing clearly like?
Oh, that is a regular. No, I'm spending 5. I'm spending 5 luck to make it a hard success.
Fantastic. Flo, you're asking a question?
So it's clear. Is it like kind of visibly going to pick up David, like grab him? Or...
Yeah. What this looks like is a. I mean, the two of you would recognize it as a similar spindly figure to the one you saw outside the house, which is something with large wings, tendrils that move of their own accord, and it swoops towards you, seemingly going to grab you. With a hard success dodge, you do manage to just roll out of the way.
Fuck.
And this thing swoops overhead and lets out an ear-piercing screech.
Right, fuck it, I pull my gun.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Do I make a firearms roll for this?
You will do. I'm gonna ask for everyone's dex scores because this is how we start combat.
Oh dear.
Also, do we roll?
Just your score, I think.
50.
75.
75. Sorry, what was yours, Hux?
80.
80. Yeah. So yeah, you get to go first.
Cool. So if I'm pulling my gun and shooting this thing, I would roll on the skill next to the weapon. So that would be 15 or 6. Awesome. That is a 39. I'm going to have to spend 9 more luck points. I'm shooting this.
Yeah,
cool.
Absolutely.
29 luck remaining.
Oh no.
And so that would hit, right? Or no, it's got to make a roll, a dodge.
Yeah, actually, it needs to make a contested roll, doesn't it?
Is it dodging or fighting back?
Ooh, good question. At this range, it's going to dodge.
Wait,
I rolled a 98, which is a fumble.
It's a firearm. It has to roll out of the way anyway.
Oh, it has to dodge firearm. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it massively fails.
Sick.
So give me some damage.
Damage then?
Yeah.
Cool. Back with the demonic duck dice. That is a 1 damage.
1 damage.
I rolled a 1 on the D8. Sorry, that's
Does
a
it not have a bonus?
It just says 1d10, and I rolled a d8 anyway, so whatever.
Oh, okay.
That's 7 damage.
7 damage, much more reasonable. Okay.
Maybe it dives out the way, and basically as he rolls, he pulls from within his shiny waistcoat. He wouldn't be wearing his shiny waistcoat. He pulls in from within his shirt, like a little pistol, and as the screen goes off, he fires it. It's just a cacophony of noise now. There is no hope of silence.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, your pistol shot rips into this creature, giving you some hope that it can actually. This is something that you can fight. It's very much not dead, but you have dealt it some harm. Chris?
Do I have any idea where... Do I even know that there's people? Because I didn't hear
You've seen the footprints.
So, but I wouldn't have any idea where they are, though.
You know they are, like, ahead of you. There must be some rooms towards the back of this slaughterhouse.
It seems like the bigger
problem. There is now definitely a louder commotion going on in the back. People have heard the screech and the gunshot.
I haven't been spotted by this creature.
No, you did a very good stealth roll.
What's the closest way to that stream from where I am?
Dive into one of the blood trenches and go down the sluice.
But it was shut and like rusted closed from the outside, right?
I thought it was
rusted bars. Okay, so they are open.
Sorry, what I meant is that there's like a channel down, and the channel itself has rusted. Well, not rusted, but been crusted with blood.
Cool, excellent. I'm doing that.
Okay.
Chris is diving down the blood sluice. She has taken off her helmet. Probably not turned it on yet. She's trying to still be somewhat stealthy about this. And she's going outside to get some water in the helmet.
Okay, absolutely. Yeah.
Should have done it earlier.
Not a problem.
Cool.
I don't know if you even need to roll.
How far into this do I get on my turn? I don't know.
Are there any skills that you think would be appropriate?
I mean, it's just like movement.
Yeah.
What's your
move score?
9. I guess if you want to make me roll for like how far into this and back I can get on this turn. I don't know.
No. I think you can get down to the water and fill your helmet on this turn. You're gonna lose 1 sanity for diving into blood trench.
That makes sense.
Yeah. It feels like you can way around somehow.
How so?
It feels like losing sanity is something that happens before you decide to dive into a blood.
Yeah, that's fair.
She's seen worse.
Has she?
No. She's been in more dangerous situations. Ignoring creature overhead, but no, she has not seen worse than blood sluice.
The commotion in the back is getting louder, and you hear a door slam open. Max, what would you like to do on your turn?
So, I don't have a gun, and running into the line of fire feels like a great way to get shot. But I've read a bunch of rituals, and it seems quite likely that someone is made or controlling this thing. So I'm going to go towards the commotion at the back and see if I can find who's responsible for it and get them to call it off.
Absolutely. The person striding out of the door towards the back is tall, lanky, and moves in an unusual way.
Okay.
And just stares at you with these piercing eyes. Says, "What are you doing?"
Discovering the true nature of this world. Call off your beast. We can talk about
it. You have no idea what you're meddling with.
Then tell me.
He raises a hand at you and starts chanting.
I run and try and punch him.
Absolutely, you can do that.
Punch him in the jaw, like Max.
Give me a brawl roll.
Was a World War I veteran before he was a parapsychologist.
Fuck him up.
Fuck him up, indeed.
A 5th degree of success.
On a brawl?
My
Impressive.
brawl skill is very good.
Breaks
Yeah.
nose.
I'm not sure if Nick's trying to break his jaw. He's chanting.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly beat his dodge. So give me some damage.
That's a weird dice.
Damn.
Five points of damage.
5. Nice, big.
And Maximilian is a big guy.
Yeah, Max is big, imposing, pretty much like the same height as this Jacob, but with a lot more muscle. Absolutely deck him across the face, which very much interrupts his chanting and sends him sprawling to the floor. Okay, top of the round then. We're back to David.
Cool. This thing. When it reacted to me shooting, does it look like it's gonna come at me again?
Yeah.
It looked like it was going to, but then when Jacob gets punched, its attention is immediately drawn that way.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, question.
Uh-huh.
If I'm gonna shoot Jacob, how in the way is Maximum?
Not very.
And I don't know if this works like D&D prone. Do I get some kind of bonus from Jacob being sprawled on the floor? You know, he can't really dodge if he's on the ground. I guess he can roll a bit, but depending
Yeah,
how
I'll make him dodge with a penalty dice.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna spin around and shoot that guy. Crap. I can't push this. This is combat. That's nowhere near enough luck. No, I miss.
Okay, he also fails. He fails his dodge, but I think that's a failure, and a failure is nothing really happens. Yeah, you level your pistol again, fire a shot, and it takes chip out of the stonework on the floor.
Cool.
Chris, you've got water. What are you doing?
I've got water. It's blood sluice time. We're
climbing back up. Give me a climb roll.
Part army crawl, part cradling baby.
Yeah,
back to
give
the
me a
blood
climb roll.
sluice with the water. I'm assuming that I can't get all the way back to where I was because I'm taking some time to, not spill any water.
Yeah.
So I get part of the way back.
Give me climb to see how far you get.
Sure, climb. Success.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, you're back into the slaughterhouse proper.
Do I take more sanity from more blood tunnel?
That you can. When you've seen one blood tunnel, you've seen them all. Yeah, back up into the slaughterhouse proper.
Excellent.
With a helmet full of water.
Yep.
The large spindly figure swoops towards Max. Max, can you give me a dodge, please?
Sure, but I thought it was behind me fighting someone else. I don't know to what extent Max sees this coming.
Okay. I mean, if you don't want to dodge, that's fine.
I mean, all things being equal, mate, I think he's blindsided by it because he thought it was going to fight the person who had shot it, not like charge in behind him. Like Max is focusing on him in front of him. I don't think it makes sense to see this coming.
So the creature swoops in, wraps tendrils around you, and just lifts you clean off the ground, a good 15 feet up.
Well, fuck.
Jacob is sprawled on the floor, stunned, and is not going to do anything. Max, you're up in the air. What are you doing?
There was description earlier of a bunch of chains and meat hooks hanging down from the ceiling. I'm going to grab for a chain and try and jab a meat hook into this thing so it lets me go.
Fantastic. Give me brawl, I think.
I have enough luck. I spend 26 points of luck and I'm nearly out of luck in order to succeed.
Fantastic. Yeah. You
Right.
reach out with flailing hands, latch onto a meat hook, slam it into this creature. How much damage does your brawl do?
My brawl does D3 plus D4.
Give me that.
1 plus 3, 4 damage.
4 damage. Yeah. This creature shrieks again. And is going to drop you. Now, falling 15 feet is not going to do you a great deal of good.
Can he try and hold on to the meat hook? Does he want to hold on to the meat hook?
You're going to take 7 fall damage,
Oh, fuck.
which I'm pretty sure you survive.
That's more than half hit points, though. Probably.
It is.
For you it is, for me.
Well-
For Max it's not.
You are squishy characters, typically.
Max is tough.
He doesn't land well, like,
Yeah.
he's still conscious and moving.
David.
Cool. Does if this thing is kind of impaled, how bad does the thing look? And could I get, or could, like, I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna screw it. I'm gonna use my movement to get closer to Jacob. Can I basically point blank the guy?
Sure. Yes.
Cool. Is there a mechanical effect on that, or is it just badass?
Yes.
It's badass and you hit.
Oh, okay.
Because
cool.
we are already 5 minutes over time.
there is also a
we need
mechanical
to
effect
wrap
that's all in
this
the
up.
rules, but it's probably just you hit.
Give me 7. 7 more damage, please. Of
7 more damage.
the chest.
Yeah. Straight to the chest. So he, as you walk over, he starts chanting and pointing at you, and you feel these flakes of black substance latch onto you and start slowing you down. But he's acted too slowly, and you're able to aim, level, and fire your pistol, delivering a killing blow before he is able to suffocate you in this eclipse.
Thank you for trying that. Now I know what it feels like to have real magic cast on me. And then, pull the trigger.
Yeah, fantastic. Jacob slumps to the floor, dead. The creature on the hook stops writhing and hangs limply. And a number of gaunt, disheveled figures stumble out of the back, view the scene, see Jacob dead, and just turn and run. They were scared of him, and anyone who could kill him, they clearly have more reason to be afraid of.
With the water I have, I'm gonna basically almost get rid of evidence, like just get rid of the creature's corpse, if that works on it.
It does. You chuck running water onto this corpse, and it begins to dissolve. You find a couple of large tanks that have been filled with this black liquid next to the sluices. Shoot a couple of holes in the bottom of that, and it drains out into the water, dissolves, disintegrates, and is rendered harmless. And I think that's a good end to the adventure.
Yeah.
This was so fun.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm glad.
She died.
None of you died. It's great.
Voila.
Yeah. Thank you to my 3 wonderful players for playing so wonderfully. Thank you to anyone who is still watching at this ungodly hour. Apologies to Alex and the next crew for overrunning.
This is a truly Lovecraftian time of night.
It is.
Yep, I'll see everyone in 4 hours for my next game of this thing.
See you in 8
Fantastic.
for Acrobat and the Fair.
You on Sunday
See you all
morning.
later. Please. Yeah, I'll see you with Hux Sunday morning. I'll hand over to Alex now. Thank you all for sticking around.
Thanks for watching.
Have a spooky morning.
Hello, my name's Jenny and this is Libby, and I am Libby's intervener, and that means that I help with Libby's communication. Yes, Libby likes going to the shop, to the chemist, and buying bath creams and smellies and shampoo. So if you see Libby and I out shopping, don't be afraid to say hello to Libby, because she'd really like that.